It's just outside of our area. Um, we're not going to be doing nonstop talking and tracking about this, but we are just wanting to kind of get this up and going as we watch things through the overnight period here. Let's look at where Storm Track Doppler Radar has it. We are not on our full-on live stream yet. Um, so this is just going to be kind of amended. Let me get my odd mouse. Oh, sorry. No, you're fine. Um, so this is near Belzona, moving more toward Greenwood. Uh, and at this point, it's Doppler radar indicated rotation. So for folks that are out there, Itabina, Greenwood, Belzona, all in the path of this storm. And again, as we mentioned, this is the same one we were tracking on WTVA 9 News at 10 o'clock. It has gone through that cell merger we talked about as we kind of go back to the first couple of images here for a moment. We had those two storms that were kind of together. They merged and then turned right. So this is the same storm that we were tracking then that we're tracking now. I'm going to track for you the area of greatest concern, give you a longer track. Again, we're not going to do full-on nonstop tracking on this. And this is going to be, track it two ways. First off, before we do that, I'm going to track the front end of this, which is where there's probably some pretty large hail. And so if you want to, you can take a screenshot of that, send it to some folks you know that could be in the path of this as we're watching that uh, potentially tornado producing thunderstorm, but we're tracking the hail potential on this to begin. Now I'm going to take this, I'm going to back this up, and this is probably the more important track because we're tracking the part that could produce a tornado. And so you'll note there sometimes as we're looking closer to, say, Greenwood at about midnight, about 45 minutes from now, Winona about 12:30, Grenada somewhere around 12:30, and obviously it won't be both Winona and Grenada. It's probably more headed toward Winona at this point. Calhoun City about 1:19, Bruce 1:24, Vardaman 1:30, Houston 1:45 a.m. So again, this is going to be a long night as this is one of our storms that very well represented in our projections could continue to hold together for a while. So this storm, if it were to be at the right angle that it made it to Tupelo, we'd be looking close to about 2 to 2:30 in the morning. Generally, the time we were looking at maybe a little slower than what we were tracking it just a little bit ago. Fulton about 2:50. Red Bay somewhere around 3:17. So again, I'm going to zoom this into our area of greatest concern. I'm going to leave the storm track up, but we're not going to necessarily voice the whole thing. Partially, this is not the WTVA 9 News viewing area, and we really have to pace ourselves. And it's also not a confirmed tornado, but certainly an area that we're watching closely and could develop into one. So as we put on those tornado safety rules, we're watching this for the potential that this could try to produce a tornado. So there are those tornado safety rules for you. I'm gonna trade in and out with Chelsea a little bit here as we kind of get warmed up and ready to go as we're tracking this, but don't expect us to non-stop be on this one at least yet. Certainly we're watching it as it gets closer.
Yeah, so we're watching this, and sometimes on that storm as it does move in closer to our area, Greenwood 11:56, closer towards Jefferson 12:22, Winona 12:28, Grenada 12:37, Coffeyville 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:17 for Calhoun City. So as this is through the overnight, you still want to make sure you have those multiple ways to get alerts so you can wake up and kind of get to your safe spot, since this right now is still a tornado warned storm and will continue to strengthen as it pushes across our area. Thank you.
So many mice.
I know.
So many mice. I'll try to remember to move my mouse out of the way.
Okay, no, you're okay. Some of those unsafe places that you do not want to be. That's going to be cars, trucks, mobile homes, large open rooms, upper floors, rooms with windows. Where you do want to be is a small windowless room wrapped up in pillows and blankets and a helmet if you have it. You want to keep as much protection around you as possible. And some of those safer locations, that's going to be in your home. maybe your bathroom, a small closet underneath the stairs, but once again, that lowest floor of your home. So if you have a multi-story, multiple story home, you want to be on that lowest floor. If you're in an apartment building, you want to be on that lowest floor. So, again, let's just go back to the normal one. Now, right now, this is still a radar indicated rotation with this storm that we are tracking. I'm trying to clear all that off for you. There we go. But we are tracking that rotation right now. It looks like north of Belzoni, and that's still south and west of our area. It's going to be southwest of places in our area, Grenada, Montgomery County, as this is continuing to shift closer to our area, south of Highway 82 there, and west of Highway 49 east. And here's some ways to get those alerts. If you have not signed up for Weather Call, you still can do that right now. There's a link at our website, wtva.com/weathercall, or WTVA Weather app. And you can go in those settings there on the app and make sure to toggle on all of those important notifications tonight. That's going to be tornado warnings, watches. Many of us are already underneath some of those. Severe thunderstorm warning, watches. So code red alert, FEMA app, also NOAA weather radio. That weather radio is going to be important for folks that maybe the power goes out and you don't have the TV anymore, or your phone dies and you can't watch the live stream. That will run off batteries and will still alert you to any new watches or warnings that we may have, because this is going to be ongoing over really the next 20 hours, really through your Saturday evening. Are you looking in the chat, Matt?
Basic confirmed tornado. According to Jackson, yes. So this is now a confirmed tornado.
Okay, let me go back to.
Unfortunately, I need to get
There
my.
you go. I don't know if you want to.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're good. I'm just coming to get my phone real
Okay.
quick. So confirmed tornado now on this storm.
That's from the National Weather Service in Jackson, that it is now a confirmed tornado. So I'm going to go ahead and do another track into our area with this storm, as it just got a new scan update. So it's in there. There we go. Some new times on this. Greenwood 11:52. Getting into our area closer towards Grenada 12:33. Coffeyville 12:56, Big Creek 1:06, Calhoun City 1:14, 1:19 Bruce, 1:25 there in Vardaman. And for anybody that you know that are maybe in some of those areas, snap a picture of your screen, screenshot that. You can send it to anybody that is ahead of this tornado warned storm. Maybe they're not paying attention just yet because technically our area is not under that warning just yet. Go ahead and give them that heads up so they have a lot of time to prepare and go ahead and get to your safe place, because it is dark and you can't see much of anything outside right now. So you want to stay careful if you do have to travel to maybe any of those community shelters and you don't have one at home. Clear that off. Let me check. Debris. Trying to line this up to see if we have any debris signature on this now confirmed tornado.
I can't find that.
Okay.
It's also, we're looking so high up.
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta get this off the screen. Okay. Yeah. We're so far away right now that we're not looking at any kind of debris just yet, but it is confirmed from the National Weather Service in Jackson. So this is something that ahead of this storm, those folks that were just under that track in Grenada County, Montgomery County, and even into parts of Webster County, need to go ahead and make those preparations. Be a couple steps away from your safe place, even though you're not under that warning right now. It has been confirmed from the National Weather Service, and you can kind of see that tag there at the top now that says confirmed tornado touchdown, as that has been updated. I have that camera pulled up in Greenwood right now, but it's still pretty dark. So we're not seeing much of anything there yet. And that's still ahead of that storm right now. Now we are, I'm trying to find your palette. I'm sorry. There's still some pretty large hail with this storm as well. We'll be able to zoom in. You can see some of those darker blues right there that gets up to that medium-sized hail. So along with the confirmed tornado touchdown that we're tracking with this, there's also going to be a lot of hail in that storm. So a couple things that we are staying on top of right now is that hail and that confirmed tornado touchdown. But that tornado touchdown is really what we're tracking, and you're needing to go ahead and alert people ahead of this storm if you know anybody that is in some of our southwest counties in our viewing area to go ahead and be a couple steps away from that safe place. Right now the time is 11:23. I'm meteorologist Chelsea Simmons along Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, and we are tracking a large tornado now tagged as considerable damage that's southwest of our area. It's not including any of our counties right now, but that is just southwest of Greenwood and could be moving into places Grenada County and closer towards Montgomery County soon.
We need to do a cut-in, I think,
Okay.
on this before
Okay.
people go to bed.
Are you going to do it or am I going to do it?
I'll probably do it before.
Okay.
Good with that.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Matt's about to give a bit more of a track, but make sure if you are ahead of this storm, Grenada County, Montgomery County right now, Webster County, go ahead and be steps away from your safe place for when they do extend this tornado warning into our area. It is tagged as a large tornado and considerable damage. I'm going to let Matt take over right now. I'm going to get my mic on.
Okay, whenever y'all are ready. Ready? Hey, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon here alongside our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons, tracking a tornado-warned thunderstorm just outside the area. We're not going to stay on for this yet, but because of the time of night and the impact that these tornadoes could have, we wanted to make sure we gave as much advance warning as possible. This has been a storm that quickly has ratcheted up from garnering a tornado warning to being confirmed to now being confirmed as a large tornado on the ground by storm spotters able to visually see this tornado there in the Delta. So I want to get a track here that does include Winona, Duck Hill, some other locations in our area, so we can do some advanced tracking here. If it continues at the angle it's going right now, we'd be tracking that where it gets closer to Grenada. We show about 12:38. So I mean, we're talking within the next hour or so. This is a large tornado and a very healthy thunderstorm. It's riding the wave of most unstable air that this has to work off of here. And as a result, as it kind of moves in from the south and west, we do anticipate that we'll continue to have more locations impacted by this. So again, Walthall, we're looking at about 110, Calhoun City about 118, and the Bruce area about 123. Zach, just so you know, we're not going to stay on for this one yet. We're going to make sure you can go back to your programming a little bit here as we're going to pace ourselves on this. This is yet to make it into the area. We have nobody officially on no tornado warning, but just the likelihood is that this thunderstorm will continue to hold together and continue to produce a tornado off and on throughout the overnight hours. Our projection's been very clear that when one or two of these get going, they could keep going for quite a while. That's why we have that particularly dangerous situation tornado watch in effect. So I mentioned Bruce a minute ago about 124, Barnum 130. We're looking at Houston about 145, Pontotoc about 2 o'clock, Aberdeen about 218, Tupelo about 225. Now, as I widen this for just a moment here, you will see that that is a fairly wide track once we get that far away. So it's not going to hit both Aberdeen and Tupelo, right? It's going to be one or the other. And the question is, which is it? I'm going to say probably trying toward the middle of this, maybe on the south side. We'll have to see. There's going to be a lot of wind aloft steering this over the course of the next hour or so. 2 hours. And we do expect additional tornado development possible on other thunderstorms. But again, the reason we are cutting in here for a moment is that a large tornado has been spotted by storm spotters in the Mississippi Delta near the Swifttown area within the last few minutes here, producing potential for damage. This is fairly open area out there, so unlike here on some of the higher terrain in Mississippi, these tornadoes don't always catch as much debris initially there. As we look for the debris mode, we don't show a whole lot of that at this instant because it's probably not picking up a whole lot more than dust. Hopefully that's the case, but certainly tracking near Mississippi Highway 7, and eventually we're looking at Houston again, 142. Snap a picture if you know somebody that lives in one of these locations. Send it to them. Say, first one of the night could be coming in and has been upgraded to the potential for a large tornado. Our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons and myself will continue watching things here behind the scenes. Once we do have locations that are officially under tornado warning, we'll bring you more coverage here. We do have a little Facebook Live going at this instant as well. Know where your tornado safe place is tonight. Be within steps of that. That could be a decision that keeps you from injury or something worse. More tornadoes possible tomorrow. We've got to pace ourselves. We'll talk to you in a little bit. For Chelsea, I'm Matt. See you in a minute. Okay, for those of you on live stream here, we're kind of balancing a few things. As we talked about, got to pace ourselves. I will note, as we pull off some of the lightning for a moment, that's some dark returns there. They're looking fairly high up. Okay, let me pull up some of the. We have a moment here to possibly answer a couple of questions. So it looks like the shelters are unlocked in Boonville. It's a good sign there. If we look at kind of the other storms out there, not really a lot of concern at this moment directly in the west of us. Most of this stuff down here, I mean, it's all rotating. All of it's rotating. There's difference between it's rotating and it's producing a tornado. Some of that were to hold together. Let's double check the speed on it. It's about 40, 45 miles per hour as well. Some of that were to hold together. And you'll start noticing some different times in same cities on this. You can see some of those additional times right above me there. There's going to have to be some morphing of this storm that goes on before it gets to some of those spots. So that's one of the things that we're watching. Again, I apologize. I'm facing a sinus issue, a fairly significant one. Additional very recent storm chaser confirmation of the tornado from Mississippi Highway 7 from the folks at the National Weather Service. We appreciate all the amazing things that they do on nights like this. That is, golly, Chelsea. I'm not going to be able to leave. Look at that.
That's what I said. I said if you start this, you're
I know, you're right. The plan was for me to go home, and we both know that I'm just incapable. Because look at that. That is vicious. So confirmation recently of a tornado along Mississippi Highway 7. That is a very rough looking storm. I mean, I was really hoping this whole thing wasn't going to be textbook. There you go. So starting to move into Carroll County, and I'm going to look again for debris on this, and just not something that's going to show up super well because of where this is. Because, you know, if I were to pull off the radar data here for a moment, you'll note that we're talking out here in the middle of fields. There's not a whole lot for it to hit. I put it just a little bit east of Mississippi Highway 7. You can see 49 east there. About 7-8 miles away from that. I'm going to change our distance here to distance and ETA. We'll change our ETA time. 45 miles per hour is good right now. So it'll cross Mississippi US Highway 49 east in about 11 minutes or less. What is a very impressive tornado. Yeah, okay, even when I should have probably seen that to begin with, but Weather Service mentions that a tornado debris signature is less likely in the terrain in this range away from the radar. There are few targets to be locked in because, again, we're over fields. So, yeah, that's on target with kind of what we were thinking as well. So a lot of times we can show that debris, and that's that confirmation thing. You don't necessarily need it in this case here because clearly we have very strong circulation showing up. Yeah, and you can see more than 100 mile per hour circulation there. It's just south of Morgan City. Bigger cities around, of course, Itabena to the north, Greenwood there as well. For folks who live in Greenwood, this likely stays south of Greenwood, not by a whole lot. We're doing a more specific track on this. I'm going to do this, and we'll make sure we get this right. Nope, that's not quite right. We need a little bit more of a northerly angle. So certainly if I'm in Greenwood, we definitely need to be in that tornado safe place. Don't want to diminish that at all. Let's get this back to the latest scan. So you'll note there with refined timing, North Carrollton we show at 12:17 in Winona, at 12:31 Duck Hill, 12:39, and then east from there. Let's go a little east. Let's look at this. Yeah, Duck Hill right in the middle of this path. So that Duck Hill time, if you know somebody that happens to live there, we need to be making sure Duck Hill, Slate Springs, eventually maybe Vardaman and Calhoun City in the extended path of this. Now, obviously, we're talking Calhoun City almost 2 hours. It's a long time in the future still, right? But North Carrollton, Duck Hill, Eskridge, Embry, Calhoun City, all eventually in the path. New information coming in the last couple moments here. New storm chaser report of a cone tornado south of Morgan City with power flashes. That is something we can check here in a minute. I'm going to go get the tablet that's easier to kind of show some of those power outages with quick. Do you want me to tag you in for a minute here? Here, and I'll let you pull that up on 3 if
Okay.
you want to do that real quick.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take a quick look at some power outages right now. If I can find my mouse. Okay. So pulling that up, that power outage map that we typically look at during severe storms, right now it does look like we have some power outages up towards Prentice County right now in our area, but focusing back on some of those areas that do have storms right now. Right now, Atala County has about 26 folks without power. Not too bad. Choctaw has about 8. Madison County has 47 folks. Nothing too widespread right now. There's a total of 934 people without power across the state. Let me refresh this. So 934 folks without power across the state right now. We will continue to keep that updated as the night and Saturday goes along. But we are still tracking the tornado right now that has been confirmed on the ground by storm chasers. Once again, repeating some of those times, it's going to be Winona 1232, Duck Hill 1240, getting through Walthall 113, Calhoun City 121, Bartman 132, 136, and Manti. And that's still a couple hours away. But we're giving you this heads up right now so you can know that this storm is going to be moving closer to your area so you know when to get to your safe place, because this is this overnight storm and it is very dangerous because there's not a lot of visibility with these storms, and you need to make sure you are steps away, because even with the winds ahead of some of these storms right now, trees could be blown down across the road. So if you do have to drive to one of those community shelters or a family house, friend's house to get to their storm shelter, we want to make sure you're staying safe while doing that as well. So let me zoom back out closer towards where that storm is and clear this off the map, that track. I'm gonna look one more
Wow. I
time.
didn't realize how
for-
many tornado warnings they have up north right now.
Yeah.
So I have this set up with a radar that's farther away, so that way we can just zoom it in and just tap on it, and it'll give you the power outages like
Okay.
that.
It
So
shows Prentice County is having folks without power too
it,
right
it
now.
did. I saw that a minute ago, and then I refreshed and it wasn't there. So I don't
Okay,
know.
I guess the poweroutage.us has not updated yet, so
Nope.
maybe that'll update soon.
Hopefully, that's
Um,
just go and pull power outage just because I think it just
Okay.
it might be easiest to just here, go try Apple TV.
Okay. Oh, you're talking about
Yeah,
that one.
yeah. I just
Okay.
want to show this real quick because the thing that, like just gets me on this is I'm looking. Yes, it's power outages, but all those flashing boxes are tornado warnings. I mean, from basically Chicago. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 tornado warnings. Ongoing tornado, possibly 2 simultaneously. I was wondering about that. Let's pull that down a second here. So I was looking at the outskirts of that. And if you look on the forward, on kind of the front flank of it, there was a place down there where it looked like it had something, but
Right here and then right there.
oh God. See, that's what I was looking at right there in front. Let's go. Activity. I don't know about that, but then again, it's not impossible. To our storm.
Um,
Okay, I'm gonna plug this one in over here too.
Okay, do you have that charger?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let you stay over here if you want. I just wanted to butt in for a second
Okay, no, that's fine.
to show something, and then I didn't see what I showed. Show what I see.
I mean, that's what we've been tracking the past few days. I mean, we're that level. They started off with that level 4 being more up to our north, and then they've shifted it further to south and more south and more south. So,
There's not enough room on this desk. That's a shock,
what do
isn't
you?
it? Hold on. I'm gonna find more desk space.
Okay, I was about to say,
I'll
do you want
probably
me to?
I'll move this
bring-
thing over this seat.
Is that gonna be sturdy?
Mm. Let's find
Sturdy
out.
enough, I guess.
We can put this one over here on
Okay.
that. Since this one's just when we're trying to show something.
I have not seen any talks yet about extending this, but they should.
They will. It's just a matter of time, unfortunately.
Okay, so folks asking about Dorsey, Evergreen, new site. So this one storm that we are tracking right now, is the closest one to our area, and it looks like it is going to stay south of the new site, Dorsey area, close to Prentiss and Itawamba County. But there are more storms over the next day that we'll still be tracking. So this is a long duration of storms. So really just needing to make sure you have those notifications on and staying weather alert. But immediately right now we're tracking the storm that is southwest of our area, and that's going to be impacting places Grenada, Montgomery County here within the next hour or so. And that tornado warning box goes until 12:15, but they'll extend that into our area from the National Weather Service soon as that continues to progress closer to our area. I'm going to get another update of the time of this storm right quick, just to make sure we're looking at the correct times when we give you those. So hold on just for a second. Let me make sure that's right, because if so, that's slowed down some. Looks like it might have slowed some. Matt, it looks like it might have slowed down some. I don't know if you can get on two, or if you can take this over and recheck that.
Check one.
Okay.
It's possible sometimes when they right turn like that, they kind of hit brakes.
Okay.
So that isn't shocking.
Because it has moving about 35 now.
Really.
Yeah.
Stop. Right here. Yeah, I'd still go 40.
Okay. I mean, if we track it fast and you're to your tornado shelter early, that's not a bad thing.
Let's leave it at 45. I'd rather if it speeds
Yeah.
back up.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
It does look like Jeff, looking north from the city storm pictures from spotters, is at Duck Hill exit there
Okay.
on 55.
Yep.
So he will be in position to have an idea as it crosses into our area there.
Okay. All right. And you can see Duck Hill on the map right there in North Montgomery County. That's where we're talking about, where we have a chaser at. So he will get a good look at that, hopefully. But from the National Weather Service, Matt and Jackson, they have now it reported as rain wrapped. So overnight rain wrapped is not going to be the best view at all. Still not seeing much of a debris signature with this, but it's still, for the most part, out in very open land. So there's not much debris to go along with it.
It's about to come
Now,
right out
it-
of Delta there
yeah.
pretty soon.
Yeah, but I mean, it's moving. It's going to be mainly south of Greenwood, but some folks that maybe have a Greenwood address may be impacted with this. And then as it moves closer into our area, we could see some debris signature along with this. Right now, that storm is south and west of our area, so southwest of Grenada County, really west of Montgomery County. So technically not in our viewing area yet, but it will be soon, as this tornado warning should be expanded soon from the National Weather Service in Jackson. I'm going to give another look at the tracking some times of this storm, and that's going to be getting closer towards North Carrollton 12:12, Grenada 12:36, Ore Springs 12:47, Slate Springs 105, that's still over an hour away, Big Creek 107, Calhoun City 115, Bruce 120. Trying to get Duck Hill.
Well, okay, hold on.
Duck Hill 12:34. Yes.
I wanna stop here because I think we have both woven the wrong thing here. I want to make sure Greenwood is in shelter.
Yes.
Because when I really get in there and look at this, and I pull the radar off and I start looking at where you have Greenwood addresses, probably,
Yeah.
like you mentioned, like there are some spots there where people, I mean, you look where this circulation is versus where Greenwood is. I'm gonna put that ring on there for a second. Again, we're looking pretty high up. And so we're trying to be more precise than is reality. And this is not our viewing area. So I don't want to underdo this just for that matter. But when I put that on where that's at, that's not that far removed from, I mean, some houses there on the south side of town, no more than 3 or 4 miles. So the angle, and sometimes on these, it can wrap the circulation in as it matures and occludes. I don't know for sure that this isn't heading more north. It is, in fact, heading more north the last couple scans. See that? This is heading potentially toward Greenwood. So there's an area of circulation down south, and then there's this area of circulation. Let's catch Greenwood with that. Let's check for debris on there. We don't have a whole lot of that showing up. But Greenwood, we need to make sure we are in that tornado safe place. I'll pop that up. Sorry, I'll back off here again for a moment.
No, you're fine.
But I just happened to just really thinking I'm like, feel like that's occluded.
Yeah,
and hopefully that means it's weakening, but I wouldn't count.
And if you do fall under a tornado warning, that entire box may not be impacted by the tornado, but take that extra precaution if you do have one of those pop up over the next day through Saturday evening. Go ahead and be in that safe spot. And some of those safer spots, you want to find a sturdy structure, and that's going to be on the lowest level of your home, maybe apartment building. You want to find a small windowless room, wrap up in pillows and blankets. If you have a helmet, put the helmet on. I know, like for Bo, my child, when we do go to our tornado shelter, I get the car seat out of the car and buckle him in that 5-point harness. Stay there until given the all clear. And these storms are just starting to move into the area. You want to make sure you have multiple ways to get those alerts. And a good way of doing that is going to be weather call. It'll call you if you do fall under any severe warning. You can find that link at WTVA.com. WTVA weather app, NOAA weather radio, both red alert, FEMA app. And you want to make sure you have multiple of those resources for if your phone maybe dies or if your power goes out and you don't have the TV anymore. NOAA weather radio is a good way to do that. It most of the time runs off batteries. So have multiple ways to get those alerts. And I'm going to go back to that track storm, clear this off, and give you a bit more of a wider look once again. So the time is 11:50. We are tracking a confirmed tornado touchdown in a tornado warned storm that is just south and west of our area. That's really moving closer towards the Greenwood area. And that warning goes until 12:15. It will more than likely be expanded into our area, and that will include places Grenada County, Montgomery County. And so getting a track on this, I'm going to move that storm towards the corner of the screen so we can get some more folks included in that. So this is going to be getting closer towards Greenwood, 11:52. Jefferson 12:18, Grenada 12:33.
Power's likely out
In Greenwood. I had that camera up, but if power's out.
This is the scenario where we're online here.
There's still light flashing in there.
Let's
so
go
that
ahead.
camera's still up.
Let's
I'm gonna
go
tell
ahead.
them to cut them on.
Same one.
You wanna live yet or no?
What do you think, Zach? Do we want to get going a little early on live? We can cut that live stream on. I'll get my microphone on.
Okay.
Check. Okay, so we're going to be kind of behind the scenes here. A couple things that are probably going on with this. Like Chelsea was mentioning, we have a couple of those areas of circulation there. Power lines down across County Road 511, sheet metal in a field reported by the folks at the National Weather Service, and trees snapped near that location as well. Go ahead. What are you gonna say? Yeah, go ahead and call him real quick. What we have going on here is we have the original circulation occluding and wrapping up with this, and a new circulation developing potentially here. So our established circulation is right here. If we can go ahead behind the scenes, so, just pop it up, but we're not going on the air yet. We're gonna be up so that we can do the live stream. I gotta grab that. We're good there. I'm trying to check this out. Hold on. But yeah, so this is trying to make its way. The included part of this, the part that's kind of wrapped up here, is pretty much on the south side of Grenada. We have excuse me, not Grenada, Greenwood. We have another area of circulation that's trying to redevelop on this kind of on the front side here. While the north one here is going through a bit of a weakening phase, the south one is in a strengthening phase. The north one has not completely weakened and could still be a significant tornado at this moment. The long track nature of these storms means that some of these storms will be capable of producing multiple tornadoes at the same time. We look very high up in this thunderstorm here to near rising sun on the south side of Grenada. That is likely still a tornado at this moment. I'm going to pull up a camera with North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. Appreciate those good folks. In this situation, what I can tell you just looking at this is it looks like power is probably out there in the Greenwood area. We're looking in Greenwood right now. The only thing I had seen prior to this was some cars. I don't see any motion on that camera now. Looks like we probably lost that one, unfortunately. Not a good sign there. Let's go and pop that back down. So on the south side of Greenwood, likely a tornado that's on the ground doing damage at this instant, moving into the south side of Greenwood. I would say seems very likely. That's obviously one of the most populated areas right around there. In fact, it's possible that this has kicked out a brief tornado debris signature. Let's go ahead. I'm going to make this a little bit more sensitive here. We do not anticipate catching at this exact spot tornado debris signatures necessarily because we are looking in an area where it doesn't have a whole lot that it can pick up. But I think, yeah, briefly there, south of rising sun, right there. That was likely a tornado debris signature. Double check it. Yes, still a tornado. Then we believe to be on the ground there, moving potentially into the south side of Greenwood. If you know somebody that lives in Greenwood, give them a call. Let them know that this is moving in now on the south side of town. When it gives you Greenwood on the list of locations here, 1156, you can see that's only 2 minutes away. So they need to know. If you know some friends, this is not in the WTVA 9 News viewing area, but this is a significant tornado. It could be a deadly situation at this time of night if not taken seriously. No guarantees those phone calls will get through considering the power outage situation that they have there. And it's probable, I'd say, that additional tornado warnings will likely come out on this, including our area here in a moment. Here's what we're going to do behind the scenes. Let's go ahead. Let me look here. I'm going to go wider for just a quick second. See how far outside of some of our other locations this is. Next tornado warning would likely encompass Duck Hill. We do have a storm chaser there in Duck Hill. Jeff with North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters tracking this. And so there's your longer time. As this makes its way eventually, of course, Greenwood, it's over top of you. That time is wrong for Greenwood because we're too far out, but is correct for other locations. And this storm is definitely going through a life cycle. There's a life cycle these storms take, and sometimes meteorologists will just say they're cycling. And so this one is going through a portion of its cycle where it's trying to develop a second tornado down here and an initial tornado up here. That initial tornado is moving into Greenwood on the south side of town. This one down here might not have fully formed yet, but this is where the new one will go, and that's why that's going to take its way more toward North Carrollton and Duck Hill. But that's still in the future, and in the near term, we come in closer here. Again, this is just outside the WTVA 9 News viewing area, but because of the high population impact related to this, that's the reason why we are covering this online at this moment to make sure the folks there know. Someone was asking a moment ago, about Vaden and some other spots. Vaden, unlikely, I would say, to be impacted by this. As I kind of track, I'm going to track in particular the south of those rotations a little more. There's your times looking ahead. So if you know somebody that lives in one of those spots, give them a heads up. A storm that has produced multiple confirmed tornadoes at one point, a large confirmed tornado is moving their direction and will arrive during the overnight hours. So if you know somebody there, text them. Your text message, your phone call to let them know could be the one that actually gets through, breaks through their do not disturb and lets them know. The tornado I'm most convinced with, I'm not tracking directly. I'm tracking where I expect the next one to develop. So as we come in closer here, current time is now 11:57, and we have what in the last 3 minutes has been a confirmed tornado touchdown near the rising sun area south of Greenwood. We are praying, we are hoping that this circulation will lift before it moves into the Greenwood area. Still likely still had a tornado debris signature just south of town by no more than what, a mile or so on the south side of town there. So definitely a scary situation there in the Greenwood area right now. Power is out.
Looks like it.
Does look like camera's back. Okay, hold on. Pull it back up here. Yeah, it is back. It does look like there's at least some power there. Near nonstop lightning flashes. This camera coming from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. I mean, just nonstop lightning out of this thunderstorm. And kind of a scary situation there. So hopefully folks don't want to see any folks out on the road in this situation because it is it's dangerous. Very dangerous. This storm has had the look of a very, very strong rotating thunderstorm. And as you can see, lots of lightning and still great potential for it to try to produce a tornado. And likely still producing one on the south side of Grenada. We should get a new scan in here in a minute. Well, excuse me, I keep saying Grenada. I apologize for that. This is Greenwood, not Grenada. Give me a moment while I get a drink of water here for a second. So moving in the direction there, browning this top of these two circulations. And then the next one down here, near County Road 183, this is Carroll County. I believe it's moving into there. And then up here toward Greenwood, so on kind of southeast side of Greenwood there, where we have that. So let's go ahead and come on all the stations now for those folks behind the scenes. Take us to black, bring us back up, run the open. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our Chelsea Simmons as we are tracking confirmed tornado touchdowns in the Mississippi Delta that are moving into and through the Greenwood area and are going to be moving into Montgomery, Grenada, and eventually Webster counties. That's why, as you can see at the top of your screen, confirmed tornado touchdown from this storm that at points within the last 20 minutes has had a large spotter confirmed tornado touchdown. Looking at Storm Track Doppler radar, there are two areas of immediate concern on this. And again, this is just outside the WTVA 9 News viewing area. But the storm obviously is moving in. And so there are two spots. One that's on the kind of south side of Greenwood there. And our radar's not perfect. We're looking over a mile up in the air. So it is not perfect at this distance. But generally speaking, over top of Greenwood right now. And then one kind of northwest of the Gravel Hill area. This one is the mature tornado. This one is the one that's trying to develop into the next tornado. And yes, I just pointed 2 times on the same thunderstorm. The type of storm we're going to have that potential to produce multiple tornadoes at the same time, unfortunately. And so typically you have one that's weakening, one that's strengthening, but this has been our long-lived tornado. And so until it completely goes away, we're going to assume that it is still a viable circulation there. We have had tornado debris reports on this as well. And so, again, defining what we're looking at here for a moment, this is Doppler radar rotation that could develop into a tornado, has developed into a tornado, and debris has been spotted, and it's been confirmed by spotters in the field. So we're unfortunately checking all those boxes. Now, looking at the latest scans here, I do not show the same quantity of tornado debris we had a couple minutes ago. We didn't expect to have a lot of tornado debris showing up on here just because we're in the Delta and there's not as much to pick up in the middle of these fields. But the rising sun there, that's a tornado debris signature. I perhaps still have one there just south of US 82 near the Greenwood area. And so we need to make sure if you know somebody that's out there, they are in their tornado safe place. As I give that to you, sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. As I bring that down off of your screen for a moment, there's going to be some big hail running ahead of it. So I think that's what this black is. It's either blinding rainfall or it's going to be some big hail. And I'm going to track the developing circulation and kind of an average there of that, which will then probably get that tornado to us a little bit more quickly than if the mature one just continues to kind of hang on. So you can see there as get that adjusted. We show that making its way to Duck Hill at 1237, Catarata at 101, Lake Springs 109, Calhoun City at 119, Pittsboro 122, as it works its way eventually all the way, as you can see, into Calhoun County. But in the nearer term, Duck Hill, one of our first locations in the WTVA 9 News viewing area, to be impacted by this. I'm going to trade out spots here for a moment with our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons, as we're going to continue monitoring this and the potential that, there have been some power outages in and around the, the Greenwood area with this. And you mentioned a moment ago, I mentioned the hail. It looks like we
Yeah, I was just looking at that hail. That black that we see on the screen, let me clear this off so you can actually see the black colors on the storm. That is going to be hail. Looking at hail size, if I can find it in yours. Let's see if I can find it right here. Hail size, there is some pretty large hail along with this, so that's what that black is looking like between Greenwood and North Carrollton. So hail confirmed tornado touchdown is what we are tracking with this moving into our southwest counties. That's going to be Grenada County. That's also going to be Montgomery County, and then also over into Choctaw County eventually. So getting back to a look at the radar. It is 12:03, just after midnight now, Saturday, and we are tracking a confirmed tornado touchdown, and that is southwest parts of our viewing area that is under that tornado warning, and that tornado warning is in place until, let me see. Sorry, this box is covering it. It's in place. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Until 1 a.m. And that is going to be for places Grenada County over towards Montgomery County and Choctaw County included in this. Go ahead and be in your safe spot as this continues to track into our area. Let me get this part moved. Sorry, it's far away from me. Getting another track on this storm. It's going to continue to move in, and that rotation. Duck Hill is going to be one of our first places to see that at 12:32. Embry 12:01 or 1:01. Sorry, Big Creek 1:06. Calhoun City 1:14. Derma 1:16. Vardaman 1:25 with some of those that storm as it's going to push into our area. Clearing that off and looking closer. Again, still looking at two areas of rotation right there. Let's see. Parts in the line. You can kind of see those two areas of rotation right there, and then one just south of that. So now just close to Highway 82 there, and it's going to be shifting into some of our southwest counties over the next 30 minutes to an hour as that is going to be moving in. It has led to some tornado debris signatures on that and spotted by storm chasers. Considerable damage, large tornado with this. So you need to go ahead, if you are under that tornado warning, to be in your safe spot. Another look timing on some of those storms, it's going to be Jefferson closer to 12:26. So in about 20 more minutes, that's going to be moving into some more of those locations. And also going to be moving into Grenada, Duck Hill, one of the first places in our area to see that. Some places tracking that out. That's going to be close to New Jerusalem Church, 12:14, Old Union Church, 12:18, Jefferson, 12:23, Calvary School, 12:29, Prospect Church there at 12:30. So in about 20 more minutes, going to be moving through all some of those locations. So go ahead and make sure you are getting in your safe spot. That's going to be in a small windowless room wrapped up in pillows and blankets. Some of those unsafe locations. It's going to be cars, trucks, mobile homes, large open rooms. Upper floors are rooms with windows. You want to be on the lowest level of your home or apartment building. You want to be wrapped up in pillows and blankets. If you have a helmet, go ahead and put that helmet on. You want to make sure there is as much stuff between you and the outside and this tornado as possible. So a bathroom is a good spot in your home, under the stairs. You want to make sure you are preparing now while it is still just outside of our viewing area. Now, ways to prepare. Keep your phone charged. Many folks charge it overnight, so hopefully it is on the charger right now in case that power goes out. And we've already seen some power outages even just with the wind and some of those storms. Put hard-soled shoes on when you are getting into your safe spot. Gather important documents, medicines that you may need. Some more times on this storm as we are continuing to track that into our area. A bit of a longer track for folks that are watching right now, for more folks in the viewing area. That's going to be Walthall 113, Calhoun City 118, Barnum there 129, Manti 134, Okolona 208, Tupelo 224, getting closer towards the Fulton area there at 247, Sulligent 256 over towards Alabama. That is still 3 hours away, but we are giving you this large heads up because it has already caused tornado debris signatures. This has been confirmed to cause debris, power outages, trees down. So needing to stay aware with storms like this, especially through the overnight period, as many folks will be wanting to go to sleep. This is an extra heads up for those folks, especially the folks in parts of Grenada County, Montgomery County, Choctaw County. That is going to be impacting you first. It is just outside of that WTVA 9 news coverage area. You can see that area of rotation that we're tracking right there, kind of on that south end of the storm. That's going to be Duck Hill, 1239. So just go ahead and get to your safe spot now. Don't wait until the last minute. It is dark out and you will not be able to see this. And this is not the type of storm. A lot of folks stand outside on the front porch. Not today, not tomorrow. Get in your safe spot. Make sure you are taking cover from these storms. And another look at kind of some of that rotation, because we've been tracking 2 areas of rotation. There, you see one right there, and then one just south of that. That's going to be Jefferson 226, Duck Hill 240 with that area of rotation. And you can see some discrepancies in a minute or two difference in those areas like Duck Hill, Jefferson. Just go ahead and be in that safe spot. It's because we are tracking 2 areas of that rotation kind of moving in the same direction. I'm going to switch out with our chief meteorologist.
Go ahead and come over here. See if
Okay.
we can one shot here for
Okay.
a second. And so when we're looking at this, one of the things, you can see the big hail that Chelsea was talking about a minute ago there on monitor behind me. But if we bring this back to the radar here for a second, storm track Doppler radar, I think it's really starting to get more organized. I mean, it's about, so it got really organized, produced, through storm number 1, produced the significant tornado. It's gone through this kind of transition near Greenwood, where it's included, where it's kind of wrapped up that. And we're going to go back here and look at it for a second. See how it's kind of wrapping around there. Again, I think it's about to probably start to go back into big bad, fortunately.
I mean, these storms work in cycles. So you'll see it kind of weaken and then strengthen. And we've seen storms do that many times before. And this one is strong. It's a nighttime storm. You need to make sure you are looking at that.
Absolutely. And the thing that we still have some time that we never want to hear from people like, Michael, we need to get on it. Hold on a second. I just saw behind you a second ago. Hold on. Pull this up. Let's look at this for a second here. Right about there, a second ago. Right there. Right there. Pull it up on Chroma Key real quick. Let's go back over to Chroma Key for a second and look at this. I think we might have a shot at this.
Yeah. Get out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah, right there in the middle. That's probably it.
So from like
Nice.
here to about here.
Yeah.
Kind of lightning one more time.
Ooh. We can see the strikes on either side of it there.
Yeah.
Man, I want to check with our chasers for a moment here. My phone over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It said it's back on the ground in the Greenwood area.
That seems reasonable looking at what we're looking at on the camera there. So if you know somebody that lives out there in Greenwood, you need to definitely make sure that they are going to and into that
Yeah, you could see a
place.
good look at it just then. I don't know if you missed it, but I mean, you can see once it does kind of lightning, that tornado that we're talking about, that was a good one. Oh. This is a serious situation for folks in the Greenwood area and then for our area that's going to be moving into places Grenada County, Montgomery County, thereafter that Choctaw County on down the line.
The thing is this might be our last chance to see this until it gets all the way east to practically 45.
Because there is not
There's not a lot
cameras
of
out there.
Well, the storm chasers putting out a bunch of cameras. We appreciate all the hard work they're doing. But that the North Mississippi storm chasers, tech info there, utilizes that camera, that is likely looking back into that rotation there near Mount Wilson. That is confirmed tornado for sure on that. So you can see how our winds have really kind of wrapped back up on that. We talked about how it was transitioning. We had probably 2 tornadoes for a little while there, at least 2 areas concerned down near North Carrollton. You can see how it switches between our different radars there. Now we're looking on Wilkesboro County well over a mile in the air. That's it from where it got killed. So I'm going to pop that for you there,
Okay.
just kind of in the corner. And you can see that track on top.
All right. Sometimes for that storm that you really need to take serious, take extra precaution. That's going to be Duck Hill 1236 there, Lilac 1247, getting closer towards Alva there 1253, Reading 1256. So go ahead and get in your safe spot if you are ahead of this storm right now. And what we're looking at down here is that's going to be that camera there in Greenwood from our North Mississippi storm chasers, storm spotters. And once you have a little bit more of that lightning, it looks like that has tapered off just for a second, but we could see the tornado out of that camera. It looks like they're trying to turn that right now to maybe get a better angle, a better view of that storm. But we are still tracking a significant storm that has been confirmed tornado touchdown and to cause damage moving into our south and western county. So it's going to be Grenada County, Montgomery County, Choctaw County with this storm as it continues to track in. And that tornado warning goes until 1 o'clock for your morning.
So Chelsea, let's go ahead and you can stay over there and
Okay.
back when we pop up camera 1 here for a moment. To kind of look at what we have over here on too. So I have that. Of course, we've been looking at that likely tornado in the last couple of minutes here. Now I've been looking between a couple different radar sites. We're now at the point where we can see this from our Monroe County site. And while we're looking probably too high up, if I go to the wind mode on this, and in particular, we see right there near 35, as it kind of goes between them, I'm going to make sure we stay on the Monroe County. You will notice how we had, it's right behind the head there. Apologize. I'm going to get some slow motion for John. I'll try to do it really quick. I appreciate it. Meteorologist John wants to get in here to analyze things. But there was that initial tornado, and then this is where the new one was taken over here on the front end. So that one is the one near Jefferson. That might have enough of an angle. That's more for Dane County than that field. We're gonna have to look at that here and look closer, Chelsea. I'm gonna do that analysis. I'll let you do some tracking on that. We'll back here in a moment.
Okay.
So I think it might have a little bit more of a north angle.
Okay, so we're going to get that northern angle on the track right now. Let me go ahead and clear all of this off so we can get a clean look at that radar. Looking at this storm right now, you can see the bulk of the storm is just south of Grenada County. So looking closer at the rotation with the storm, where we have that is going to be close to the Jefferson area and getting a more north look at that. If that does shift north, that does include Grenada there at 1237, and then closer towards Fort Springs, 1249, Spearman there 101, Big Creek area 109, Calhoun City 117, Pittsboro 119, Bruce there 122, as that continues to track over the next hour more into our area. And once again, this has been a confirmed tornado touchdown with this storm, and it has caused damage, power outages, trees to snap. So go ahead and be in your safe spot if you are in this tornado warning. And then also, if you're on that list right there ahead of the storm, you can go ahead and take a picture of this. If you know anybody that is on that list or ahead of this storm, send it to them. Take a picture, let them know to take shelter or at least be close by if they're not just quite yet in that warning. This is, once again, confirmed tornado touchdown with the storm that we are continuing to track. It has caused damage already. Now the time is 12:16. I'm meteorologist Chelsea Simmons alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon and John DeLusick that has just joined us. It is overnight. It is those nighttime storms. A lot of folks are going to be sleeping, but we have a tornado warning with a storm that has been confirmed to touch down and cause damage. Right now it is just south of Grenada County line. You can see closer towards Jefferson there. That's going to be tracking more into our area within the next 10, 20 minutes. And that's going to be into some of our area. Closer towards Pie Plant, they're 1239. And then as that continues to move in, that's going to be affecting places, possibly Grenada, Duck Hill, and then moving into Webster County, Calhoun County, if that takes more of that northern turn right there that we are tracking. You want to be in a safe spot. Find a sturdy structure, whether that is your home or a shelter that you have or one of those community shelters. You want to be in a small windowless room wrapped up in pillows, blankets. If you have a helmet, put a helmet on. You want to have as much protection from you and the outside as possible. And stay there until given the all clear. And these storms are just starting and just moving into the area. Another track, you can see that rotation right there that is circled. Some of those areas that it'll be moving into, Liberty Baptist Church there, 1222, and then closer towards Manual Baptist Church, 1234, Grenada Lake Medical Center, 1235, and then closer towards Grenada, 1236, Chapel Hill School, 1238, and then as you look down the line, Lakeview Public Use Area there, 1239 as well. Why is this issued? This has been issued because it has been confirmed to cause debris. Sometimes you see those that are just rotation detected from radar. This one has caused debris signatures and has been confirmed seen by our storm chasers. Now, the mesh and us on the camera. I mean, we're still kind of looking at that camera right there. It does look like it is dark. Has the power went back out again, or I think they moved it. So it's facing a different direction now. I think they moved that a few minutes ago.
Hold on. We haven't found it. We haven't there.
Mm.
So what that means, when we break it in perspective.
Yes, you can. They posted one of those screenshots in the
Okay.
chat right down there.
We might be able to get back up. Let's go ahead and change the camera shot again. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're just going to be doing some adjusting back and forth related to this tonight as we just try to pace ourselves, knowing that it's going to be kind of a long 24 hours. I will see if we can, they did post a couple of those. Pull up one of those shots there from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Get that to load in. It'll take here just a moment for that to happen. But then near term, what we were talking about, bounded weak echo region, pull the lightning off. You see how you kind of have this donut in the middle? And if I go to the wind mode, that's right there where the wind is rotating around. Because we're looking so high up in the thunderstorm, that it just can sometimes look like the whole thing is rotating around that. It's a sign of strength, significant strength on this thunderstorm, and one not to be taken lightly. Now, to be clear, when we are this high up, we don't have a good low-level lock on where it is. So we have to draw bigger circles than we would if we were in Monroe County, which is right next to the radar site. But as you can see, I mean, there's no question where our most significant rotation is. Right there, 104 mile per hour, pixel-to-pixel wind change, what we call shear, showing up with that. And so the angle has been more northward. I think a little bit more of a northerly angle on this the last little bit here. And so let's continue it kind of at that angle. I would say Grenada more in the path of this than Duck Hill was, and that's not the way it was when this warning coverage started. Now, National Weather Service still going with the discussion, possible tornado on this as opposed to confirmed like it was earlier. We had multiple instances where storm spotters were able to confirm not just debris, but the tornado being on the ground, including those camera shots you saw here a little bit ago. But we've now kind of exited the range of usefulness on that camera there in the in the Greenwood area, and this is heading toward the Grenada area. And so you can see if the current time is 12:21, Grenada, we're looking at this view at 12:38. Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially be a tornado, either in the development phase or one already on the ground. Going back to that precipitation mode, we don't quite show that same donut in the middle there where you had to circle all around. If we go back the last two scans before this, you did have, clear-cut area of strong circulation. Our RFD, wrapping around is right about there. But there's a couple spots in there. This is just very strong. Wait, do you see how that flashing comes around? You see that spot right there? We'll see if it catches at the end. So there's a couple spots there where we can't drill down perfectly at the surface because we're so high up. This is a very strong thunderstorm for this region, for this time of night, for this time of year. They saw that flash there, how it kind of curls around. So that's what is powering the circulation here. That's over top of the Jefferson community, and outside of that, I mean, we could be talking about straight line winds, what we call RFD straight line winds. Let's not miss this. The straight line winds kind of coming around this. Now, I don't know that we're talking 122 miles per hour at the surface, right? But at the mile plus that this is above the surface, this is generating a wind speed going forward at more than 100 miles per hour. So yes, we have our tornado, possible tornado up here near Jefferson, but we also probably have at least some of this wind. It's going to head right there toward Duck Hill if it continues at this angle. So that would be damaging wind in its own right. And that would be something of extreme significance for folks traveling along I-55. So and heading there generally, as you can see, between Duck Hill and Glen Wild, near Camp McCain Road, possibly. So how long are we talking here? No more than probably 4 minutes from crossing I-55, if it continues at this angle. More than 100 mile per hour winds aloft, some of which could be mixing down to the surface at more than 80 miles per hour. So 2 threats here. The tornado kind of back here, 3 threats. Large hail, tornado, and then damaging straight line winds kind of running ahead there. Now, what I'm concerned with is what all this is here. If this is debris or something settling out of this from before. Then we have the other developing circulation on the backside. So we're going to see some things over the next 24 hours that we don't always see during severe weather here. What I have going on is I have right here, that might not be perfectly right. Let's get that ahead with that. Right about here, got to make it kind of broad where we have our tornado, most likely location for our tornado. But back here we have an area of developing circulation as well that could potentially develop into a tornado. And kind of out here on the front end, we have some strong straight line winds on this as well. So 3 significant wind-related threats, not to mention whatever hail or whatever this is back there, that's kind of still on the backside of that. That was a weather call coming in for me, so I need to figure out what that's about real quick here. On the wider shot there, it looks like National Weather Service Memphis has extended out a tornado warning with the tag large considerable damage ahead of this. And I think the reason why they have done that is because of the time of night and trying to make sure that people ahead know of the violent nature that could be associated with this. So some of those weather calls going out for folks that that are ahead of this. National Weather Service Memphis mentioning specifically it was time to pull the trigger on the Mississippi storm. It cycled a couple of times, and it definitely looks rough. That's for sure. So it is a long ways still from Bruce, but you're getting those weather calls, and possibly, if you weren't watching before, waking up to those at this moment here. As we track this ahead a little bit, again, for Bruce, if this were to hold together all the way for you, it's moving about 45 miles per hour now. And Chelsea, we might double check that speed. About 45 miles per hour now. So that would put it into Bruce about 125. So that's about an hour from now. The idea being that because this is the first opportunity, unfortunately, to experience a tornado in what could be an event of tornado warnings over the next 24 hours, they're trying to make sure as many people ahead are aware of what could be happening with this. There's been multiple tornado reports. We are probably not going to know something until it hits something, and because we're just how high up we're looking, that might be something strong before we're able to confirm it, because we're more than a mile above the surface, and a bunch of check boxes with the time of night that they went ahead and went well ahead of this on the tornado warning, which is probably the safest thing to do in this situation. But Grenada at 1240, less than 15 minutes from you, an area of circulation that has produced damage on it more than one occasion, and certainly has been reported to be a large tornado on more than one occasion as well. So for folks that live in Grenada, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Again, as we kind of reset things here for a second, current time is 12:27. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon alongside our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons and John DeLusick, tracking our first tornado-producing thunderstorm of this, what unfortunately is going to be extended period for the next better part of 20 hours or so, where we're going to have the potential for tornado warnings off and on. The storm has looked a little more disorganized the last scan or so here, but that happens a lot of times with these where they strengthen and weaken, strengthen and weaken, strengthen and weaken. So I'm going to have to play the wide game here, kind of look where I see the rotation, kind of pick the best. And there's really a couple spots there that I can argue that there's maybe significant enough rotation. But I would say all three are less than what it was a little bit ago. But if we live near the Jefferson area and behind that banner there, if we live in the Grenada area, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Again, I think we've had this kind of wobble directions a little bit. It was pulling north. Now I think it might be gusting more east. So Duck Hill, again, you're in that tornado warning. Grenada, you're in that tornado warning. And these are choosing their own road on the way that they are ebbing and flowing, unfortunately. So let's get you a new time there for Duck Hill. We show 12:37 for you now, 9 minutes. We need to be in that tornado safe place. I know we have a whole bunch of new shelters that have been put into place there in Montgomery County. I'm sure some of them are getting used tonight. We are hopeful that it does not take this eastward track. Obviously, we don't want to take a northward track either for folks in Grenada. But if you have questions about storm shelters, obviously we probably already should be there. If you're in Montgomery County, it's probably too late to be getting out and getting to some of these shelters, simply because the most vulnerable location for you is at the top of the list there, cars and trucks. So we're probably past that time, unfortunately. But if you're ahead of this, we do still have some time, and there's that list of storm shelters, WTVA.com. As we look kind of the couple different ways, we're looking from Monroe County. I'm going to look from Jackson, and still show that they're both those areas of rotation are showing up on here. The Monroe County side is looking a little bit lower, so that's the one we'll go with here for a moment. And I show that rotation, again, better part of a mile above the surface there, but more than around 100 miles per hour still on this. So we're defining this as a Doppler radar indicated area of rotation that could potentially develop into a tornado. And Chelsea, I think we have to kind of have the wider circle on this simply because of how high we're looking. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree on that.
Okay. I'm going to trade you back here for a moment. We'll go ahead and trade shots as soon as I kind of get back over here. Because, I mean, obviously this storm is continuing to show its strength.
Yes, it is. And it has gone through a couple cycles of strengthening and weakening and strengthening. And so it could continue to go through these cycles over the next several hours. So that's why we are staying and kind of giving you those longer tracks to be aware that this is going to move through a lot of our area and could cause some damage along with that. Why is this issued? Some tornado warnings are issued because rotation has been detected. This storm has been confirmed earlier in one of its previous cycles to be on the ground and cause damage.
And I think we might have it. Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and be in your safe spot if you are in places Grenada County, North Montgomery County. And then are you okay? I didn't want to be using it.
Sorry.
Get this out of the way. So
Okay. I think we might have, yeah.
more of that tornado debris signature.
So that's about to cross I-55 the next couple of months.
So 55 you can see right here, and it's Grenada County to the north of that, and then northern Montgomery County right here. So if you're kind of in that corner of Grenada County, Montgomery County, it is almost on top of you. If you're ahead of this really right now, you need to be in a sturdy structure, middle of your home, lowest floor, whether that's home, apartment building, you want to be on the lowest floor, whatever building you are in. You want to be in a small windowless room wrapped up in pillows, blankets. If you have a helmet, put a helmet on. And we say that because, of course, you need to protect your head, but you need as much protection from you and everything outside as possible in case this does have flying debris along with that. It does look like right there along 55, you can see one of those blues. That's that tornado debris signature. And so I'm going to go ahead and say this confirmed tornado touchdown. You can see how that's changed up there at the top of your screen. Now that tornado debris signature there right along 55, that's kind of that corner, Grenada County, North Montgomery County. So you are in Grenada County, Montgomery County, needing to be in your safe spot already. Sometimes on those storms, as that continues to track in, that's going to be Elliott Baptist Church here, 1237. That's in the next 5 minutes. Elliott Church of Christ, it's going to be 1237 as well. Closer towards Camp Payne Training Center around 1240. And then closer to Kincaid, 1246. So go ahead and be in your safe spot. Be steps away from your safe spot if you are out ahead of that storm, kind of that longer track. This is a large tornado, confirmed tornado debris signature, and that's going to continue to now track. And you can see it has gotten larger. This is important for folks ahead of this storm to be in your safe spot. That tornado debris signature has gotten larger over that past scan. And it's going to be getting closer towards 51 there. You can see that goes from Grenada towards Montgomery County. Some more times on that storm as it continues to track into our area. That's going to be Camp McCain Training Center, 1238. Closer towards Kincaid, 1244. Gore Springs, 1247. Gore Springs High School, 1247. Providence School, 1250. Pleasant Grove Church, 1251. And that is going to be a large tornado with a confirmed tornado debris signature there, moving into Grenada County, North Montgomery County. You need to be in your safe spot now.
They're confirming the debris up to at least 10,000 feet. And so that chart you see there mentions the debris not at support, obviously.
And you can see those winds right there. 10,000 feet. That's going to be winds of 111 to 135 miles per hour, and that could be an EF2 storm. Moving into our area, large tornado, very strong winds. Now it's going to be getting closer towards Highway 51 there, here really within the next minute or so, if it's not already on top of that. That's going to continue to track into Grenada County or North Montgomery County where this rotation is. And now this is issued because it has been confirmed and we are tracking the tornado debris signature right now. That's moving through parts of Grenada County. You can see a lot of that right there. Ahead of this storm, you need to be in your safe spot. A mobile home is not safe, especially with winds 100 plus miles per hour, even really weaker than that. They're still not safe. You can scan that QR code right there to find that shelter list. It's also on our website at WTVA.com. He's getting long track there. Gore Springs here in the next few minutes, going to be getting impacted by that strong storm. Some more times as we're trying to get a correct movement on this storm. It's going to be Gore Springs 1248, Dentontown 102, Big Creek 109, Calhoun City 116, Vardaman 128, Anchor 138, 143 for Houston. That long track there. Houston moving it into parts of Chickasaw County, which on past this, we have a tornado warning for places Calhoun County, and on down the line, the National Weather Service in Memphis has already issued that because we are still tracking this large confirmed tornado that will be moving in. That's that larger heads up to get in your safe spot. And we really can't stress that enough. This is not the night. This is not the weekend to say, hey, I'm going to go watch these storms out on the front porch. I'll admit, I've done that before. This is not the time to do that. This is confirmed tornado debris signature moving into southern parts of Grenada County right there, right along that Montgomery County line, close to 51 there. In that center of that storm, where we are tracking that debris, that's going to continue to track slightly northeast there, Kincaid 1245, Gore Springs 1258. Slightly after 1 o'clock for, say that name for me, Matt, please.
Sabugua.
Okay.
And I believe it's basically over Camp McCain.
Okay. That's going to continue to track through Grenada County, moving into Calhoun County. Is that going to be northern, close to northern Choctaw County? But you need to be in your safe place. Once again, that is a small windowless room. You need to be in a sturdy structure, whether that is your home as a sturdy structure or one of those community tornado shelters. You need to be in the middle of your home, lowest floor, wrapped up in pillows, blankets, a helmet, if you have that, and wait until given the all clear before getting out of your tornado shelter. And really where we do have some more of that tornado debris signature is really right along 51. You're going to continue to track through places in Grenada County and then on down the line getting into parts of Calhoun County. A little bit more of that track sometimes there. 1250, Gore Springs. getting closer towards the Big Creek area, 110, and then on down the line, continuing to push into more Calhoun County, possibly Chickasaw County, as that area is already under a tornado warning ahead of this storm. You need to be steps away from your safe place if you're in those farther counties that are already under some of those tornado warnings from the National
So,
Weather
Chelsea,
Service in Memphis. Yes.
The folks at National Weather Service in Jackson, confirming the Grenada County Emergency Manager confirms the tornado moving through Elliott as of just within the last minute, with damage and possible structural damage out of this. So we believe this to be a damaging tornado near the Elliott area of Grenada County.
And that's why we are tracking that it is a nighttime storm. It has caused damage. You need to take this seriously. I mean, you can see that tornado debris signature right there, close to Highway 51 there, southern parts of Grenada County. Now, it does look like it is south of Grenada, southern parts of the county there, but as that continues to track through eastern parts of the county, Fort Springs is ahead of this, parts of Calhoun County ahead of this storm. You need to go ahead and be in your safe spot as well. And earlier we were looking at how high that debris was being lofted into the air, and that means we could see winds between 111 miles per hour to 135 miles per hour. So that could be that rating of EF2. Of course, the National Weather Service will have to come survey that damage, which we have seen on tornado debris signature and confirmed from EMA director there in Grenada County. And that circulation, you can see 51, it is just east of 51, north of that Grenada County, Montgomery County line, and that's going to continue to track closer towards Highway 8 there, from Grenada towards Fort Springs. You do not want to be out in this storm. You need to be in your safe spot. Right now, the time is 12:39. I'm meteorologist Chelsea Sims alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon and meteorologist John DeLusick, and we are tracking what is a large tornado with confirmed debris in places Grenada County in our area, but this has went through a few cycles and caused debris signatures even back out to our southwest. So this storm is going to continue to track through parts of Grenada County as we head through the next several hours, minutes. This will continue to move through our area. Kind of getting another track on that as that moves through. Going to be getting closer towards Fort Springs here in the next few minutes. Young's, Big Creek area. Fort Springs 12:50. So in the next 10 minutes, you need to go ahead and be in that safe spot now. Big Creek 111, closer towards Calhoun City. They're around 119. Derma 121, 123 there in Bruce, getting a little bit of a longer track. And we're going to extend this a bit further to get more folks in there. Larger heads up there. Bruce 124 there, and then getting closer towards Matthews 140, Buckhorn 144, Davis Lake 148, Polka 150. So that is a little bit of a longer track, over an hour with some of those locations. But this has caused damage. It is a large storm that has been through many cycles and will continue to cycle as it pushes through our area. So clearing this off, looking back at the storm right now, I'm going to look back at that debris signature. Zooming in, it doesn't look like we have as many of those deep blues. Now that doesn't mean there's still not a tornado on the ground. Still needing to make sure you are in your safe spot, you are taking that extra precaution. It could be going through one of those weakening phases and then strengthen back up, but still needing to take this seriously with this storm as it continues to track through our area. Right now it is in Grenada County already, and then going to be moving into parts of Calhoun County soon. It is north of Montgomery County, but that's going to be Calhoun County, already under one of those tornado warnings, and then also southern parts of Yalobusha County included under one of those tornado warnings as well. Now, where we are tracking that center of circulation, you can see a lot more of those different colors. So those brighter colors, those reds, those bright greens, that's where we have that rotation. That's where we have that storm as well. And it's also where we had a tornado debris signature. Still looking like we have one slightly there. You can see some more of those blue colors. It is just south and east of Grenada. Looks like it also is just south of Highway 8 there from Grenada towards Fort Springs. And that's going to continue to track towards Highway 8, Fort Springs area, over the next few minutes. I'm going to give another short look at a track there, that kind of immediate look. Four Springs, Young, want to include Graysport Crossing as well. So let me get a bit of a northern track on that. Graysport Crossing, 1249 there. Young's, they're around 102. Spearman, 104. Now, if it does take that more southern track, Four Springs, here in the next few minutes, Kincaid, 1248. Young's, 102. Big Creek, 111. 114 for the Schoona area. And so this has had that tornado debris signature on that. I'm going to clear that track off so we can get a better look at that. Looking back at the past few scans, you can see kind of that deeper blue there. It's kind of getting into some noise with the radar, so we're not seeing that as well. That rotation there, we can still see just south of Highway 8. That's getting closer, probably right on top of Highway 8 is where we have that rotation. This has been a large tornado, still is a large tornado with confirmed debris signatures on radar. And that's going to continue to track north and east through parts of Grenada County, moving possibly into southern Yalobusha County, and then also Calhoun County. I'm going to look and see if that is heading more north or more northeast. Does look like that is heading into, for some, it's going to be southern Yalobusha County. So back out some. It looks like it is going to clip south and eastern corner of Yalobusha County. So for places on down, Yalobusha County, Calhoun County, under that tornado warning from the National Weather Service in Memphis, those folks also need to be steps away from your safe place, if not already be in your safe place. It is going to be a small windowless room wrapped up in pillows and blankets. You want to stay away from windows and doors. You want to be as in the center of your home as possible. Now, some of those unsafe locations, that's going to be cars, trucks, mobile homes, large open rooms, upper floors, rooms with windows. And that shelter list right there, scan that QR code. It is also at WTVA.com, where you can find a list of those tornado shelters county by county as needed. But this storm right now, moving through Grenada County, it's going to be moving into Yalobusha County, parts of Calhoun County, going to be impacted from this storm. They do have that tagged up there. You can see large tornado, considerable damage. We have had that tornado debris signature with this storm just the past few scans. In Grenada County, we've seen that tornado debris and confirmed debris from the EMA director in Grenada County. So looking at the storm right now, it is 12:45. I'm meteorologist Chelsea Simmons alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Laughlin and Meteorologist John DeLusick. We are tracking a storm that has had considerable damage, large tornado. We've seen that tornado debris signature, and that's going to continue to track through parts of eastern Grenada County, kind of now just north of Highway 8, where we have more of that center of rotation. It's going to be tracking into southern parts of Yalobusha County, parts of Calhoun County, as that moves north and east. I'm going to look back at that circulation closer towards Highway 8 there. You can see more of those bright greens, reds, as they are kind of close by. That's where we have that rotation there. Those winds coming into the radar and going out of the radar in that rotation. So right along Highway 8, closer towards the Gore Springs area. Going to get more of that track as it moves into southern Yalobusha County, into Calhoun County. Young's 102, closer towards Benwood 109, Shepherd 118, Pittsboro 121, Bruce 123, 128 for the Banner area. Gonna clear that out and look back at that tornado debris signature. Closer to the Gore Springs area is where that tornado is right now. Matt?
Yeah.
That's just noise from radar right
Yeah,
now.
I think it's largely just noise.
Okay.
Right there. You want to trade me out for a minute here?
Yes, I can. They sent
Okay,
couple
so those are a
pictures.
couple of pictures. Now, those are from Jeff with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. We'll kind of change the shot, and I'm going to back this car back up. We're going to be kind of going back and forth like this tonight. As we all kind of, I'm sure you at home included, just kind of adjust to what is going to be a long long period here. So let's come back over and we're looking back at the precipitation mode. Oh my gosh, it's just so hard to see there. Wind mode is pretty obvious, so that's what we're going to stick with. Let's circle it, and then we're going to show you what we have gotten in from the storm chasers in the last couple minutes, the North Mississippi storm chasers. Let's get you a new storm track on here as well. And again, there've been some bobbing back and forth on this, on where it is. We're just looking so high up that you're going to get slightly different angles from myself and Chelsea each time we pull out one of these tracks. Okay, so let's look at some of these pictures and let's see if we can get a location that Jeff was at specifically. I know he was in Duck Hill, so I'm assuming this is probably close to 55. Let's specifically ask Jeff in chat there where this is.
I got it.
Okay. Appreciate that. So let me pull that up here for you. So this is what it looks like. Some kind of a, I mean, you see those rumble strips along the side. Well, you don't because I'm in front of it. But there's the rumble strips along the side. Typically, that's an interstate thing. So we can assume this would be probably very near I-55 with either A, the strong, remember we mentioned the straight line winds on the one part of it there, either when that came through, knocked that tractor trailer off, or it was when if possibly when a tornado went through the area. Looking at the trees, they are not all completely in shards. They're fairly open. So it might have just been straight line winds. But in saying that, I see some trees look like they're on the roadway there ahead. So we'll confirm to make sure that that is where we think it was, but more proof that this storm is capable of strong things as it continues to move toward the north and east. Strong tornado potential, unfortunately, on this. Now, sometimes, we're looking at this and it's very obvious. Other times, we're just so high up that it's less obvious. And that would be our scenario here. In saying that, though, in one of those rare scenarios where I'm going to make our radar extra smooth. Nah, that might be just a little too much. Let's go just one level below that. Yeah, there you go. You can kind of see that wrapping around there. And there's my inflow channel. Get the air into the tornado right there. So let's go back a couple scans. Let's see if that all kind of verifies it does. Yes. So, okay, so that's where it is. So our tornado is probably still wrapped up there northwest and just west of Gore Springs, just north of Mississippi Highway 8, just a few miles east of Grenada. You can see Grenada there. And so the determination by the National Weather Service, still large tornado, considerable damage possible out of this thunderstorm. Let's go ahead and circle the area that we're most concerned with there, just north of Mississippi Highway 8, just north of Gore Springs, moving toward Graveport's Crossing. The fact I said Graveport's Crossing is a reminder that this will cross over probably that southern branch there of Grenada Lake. And so luckily that is not the most populated portion of the WTVA 9 News viewing area. There's our track. Slightly longer track that does have Pittsboro in it. That would be a half hour from now, assuming it still is going 45 miles per hour, and that's something we probably should double check what the forward speed on it is. But 45 miles per hour forward speed is a reasonable based on where it is. Double checking, it would be exit 199 on I-55 is where that damage we saw a second ago. I'll pop that back up in case you missed it. Jeff with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers getting this shot here of what it looked like as it came over. So I point that out to say that now we know we've talked multiple times about what it has done, and now you can see in picture form right there what it could do. So please take this seriously. Please get to your tornado safe place and understand that it's the middle of the night, and that might be an inconvenient thing. There's going to be a lot of inconvenient things the next 19 to 20 hours. Getting to that tornado safe place is something that we just have to do. Sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Speaking of all clears, Grenada proper, within the main city grid of Grenada back here. Main city grid of Grenada. We can come out of that tornado safe place. One thing our meteorologist John DeLuce and I were looking at behind the scenes a moment ago there is this storm near Duck Hill on kind of the south side. I'm going to clear off the tornado safety rules for a moment, trying to figure out what it was doing, kind of feeding in there, whether or not it's going to mature. I mean, this has been a very strong, long-lived circulation. Yeah, still showing up and then kind of over the southern branch there of Grenada Lake, moving in the direction of Bruce and Pittsboro. Calhoun City, clearly you're in the path of this as well. And I know, well, how can both Calhoun City and Bruce be in the path? There's a pretty considerable distance between the two cities, right? It's because this has not gone in a straight line. And tornadoes never do go in straight lines. And so for that fact, we need you in your tornado safe place, depending on whatever bob or weave this decides to make. Because it's doing one of these, there. I think it might be doing this a little bit more now, there. And so we're lucky enough it splits the difference. Lucky if you live in one of those spots, not lucky if you live in the middle, obviously. But there remains the possibility that this could continue to produce tornado reports as it moves toward the north and east. But yeah, I still show what looks to be tornado. That's usually associated with a tornado debris signature. So let's go back here and see if we can kind of spot one. Most of what I have back there farther is out in the clear zone here. And again, I have a lot of smoothing on this so that I can kind of pick our area of circulation out there. Double check to see if that's still where I would have it. Yeah, probably pushing there, very near Gore Springs, kind of there, kind of wrapping back around near Alice Williams Road and County Line Road in the northeast portion of Grenada County, where, as you can see at the top of your screen, the potential for a large tornado producing considerable damage at this instant. I do not have a ton of debris showing up on Storm Track Doppler radar at the moment, and my greatest wind return is kind of in the wrong spot, thankfully. In saying that, though, radar is imperfect, but I would say right along Highway 8 is where this is tracking at the moment into Gore Springs. So hopefully we are definitely in a safe place there if we live in the eastern portion of Grenada County or really any location within Calhoun County. As far as Yalobusha County is concerned, the worst of this is largely south of you, likely to stay largely south. That's not to say that this doesn't flip the far southeast corner of Yalobusha County, but I'd say over Gore Springs where it is now, in general, we're moving this direction between Bruce and Calhoun City. A damaging tornado in the area at this moment, and something we have to be very, very careful. So our storm chasers continuing to kind of gather information on some of the tornado damage there in Grenada County, and we'll hopefully have that for you here in a few minutes. But I still definitely show northeast of Gore Springs there, near Alice Williams Road, just to the west of that. That's an area of circulation tight enough to be a tornado. While I do not have tornado debris that I can confirm at this instant, I'm going to change our setting here to go to its most fine scale. And then that does mean we're more likely to get a false positive in this situation. I don't think I can technically confirm tornado debris on that at this moment. We'll go back to our more standard look at Storm Track Doppler radar. Pull off some of those lightning strikes. With as electrical as it is, it's reasonable that we'll continue to have reports of power outages as this moves in, just from that portion of it alone, before you even take into effect the tornado potential. To both those things kind of combining to cause issues. Current time is 12:55, almost 12:56. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologists Chelsea Simmons and John DeLusick. I'm going to trade places again, I think, back with Chelsea one more time as we just kind of go back and forth here as we're tracking this long-lived storm that we anticipate will continue to produce more tornado reports in Chelsea. It looks like Storm Chasers reporting significant home damage there in the Elliott community.
Yeah, and that's going to be close to southern parts of Grenada County where that Elliott community is. And we have seen tornado debris signatures in that area. So that's probably more likely what we saw on radar when we were looking at that a few minutes ago. So still looking at this storm right now. Some times on this ahead of the storm. That's going to be getting closer towards Grenada State Waterfowl Management Area there, 102. So within the next few minutes. Coles Creek School, 104, closer towards Pine Ridge Church, 108, Big Creek, 110, Calhoun City Elementary School, 117, Calhoun City, 117, closer towards Pittsboro United Methodist Church, 119, and then Pittsboro, 119. And there has been power outages. There is just shy of 6,000 power outages across the state. I'm going to try to pull that up and get a look. Refreshing that right now, and then I can go back to it. There is 5,900 folks without power right now across the state. And that's why we tell you to have multiple ways to get those alerts in case your power does go out. You can have other resources there. But for places Grenada County, even places Calhoun County right now, Montgomery County, impacted by that storm that we are tracking without power. There are a few folks through the northern part of our state, closer towards Tippah, Prentiss, Tishomingo County, also some folks without power. So needing to have those extra layers kind of build your armor. You don't want to rely on just one resource. WTVA Weather Call, also a good resource. I mean, you probably hear Matt's phone ring earlier. WTVA Weather app, have those notifications on, especially with overnight storms, some way to wake you up. No weather radio, that's a good way in case your power goes out or your phone dies. That works off batteries most of the time, so it will alert you for anything. Code Red Alert, and then also that FEMA app is a good way to have those extra resources to get these alerts, because this is not just tonight, it is not just tomorrow morning. We have more storms tomorrow afternoon going through the evening, and so this is a long duration period of some of these storms. Looking at radar right now, it really looks like that center of circulation is going to be north of Highway 8, closer towards Old Highway 8, just south of Young's, where we are looking at some storm rotation there, as this has been a large tornado with confirmed considerable damage through parts of Grenada County already this morning. The time is now 12:58, just before 1 o'clock, and that storm is going to be moving into southern parts of Yalobusha County and then into Calhoun County soon. And those two counties, at least parts of Yalobusha County, under a tornado warning until 1:30. You need to go ahead and be in your safe spot. You want to be in a small windowless room wrapped up in pillows and blankets, a helmet if you have that. Some unsafe locations. That's going to be cars, trucks, mobile homes, large open rooms, upper floors, and then rooms with windows. You want to be away from those doors, those windows. You want to put as much stuff in between you and the outside as possible. And you can find that shelter list, scan that QR code right there, but also it's on our website, WTVA.com. So looking back at radar, we want to give you another look at this, another track, as the storm continues to move through north and east parts of Grenada County. So moving through southern Yalobusha County, Calhoun County soon, Young's 102, closer towards Bounds there 110, Shepherd 119, Bruce 124, Banner there at 130, and that's about 30 minutes away. That's on that far side of that tornado warning box. Go ahead and be in your safe spot, if not just a couple steps away from your safe spot. This is confirmed tornado damage. It is an overnight storm. These are potentially very dangerous storms. I mean, we've already seen that damage. We've had confirmed reports of that. So looking at this storm, it is going to continue to move through. You can see kind of that area of circulation that we're still tracking. Northern parts of Grenada County, moving into Yalobusha County, that corner of kind of Yalobusha, Grenada, Calhoun County soon as it continues to shift north. We don't give you a longer track on this. So for the folks that are watching for places through some of our eastern counties, that's going to be closer towards Holka 149, Pontotoc, City Lake 2 o'clock in the morning, Verona 219, Tupelo 223, Saltillo 231, Fulton 246, Fairview School 257, and then closer towards Belmont 313. Now, a lot of folks there may be asleep. Go ahead and take that screenshot, send it to them, and make sure they know ahead of time. Now, if you are in one of these locations, most of the northern half of the area under that tornado watch already. So a lot of those shelters are already open, but really in that immediate threat is going to be places, Yalobusha County, parts of Calhoun County, impacted by that storm. And you can see that attack, large tornado, considerable damage. We've had confirmed reports of damage from our storm spotters and then also from the Grenada County EMA director with this storm. And now kind of that center of circulation, zooming back in on this storm, is moving into parts of Calhoun County, parts of Yalobusha County, maybe seeing a little bit more of that rotation as well. As you can kind of see those more lighter colors there, the brighter reds, kind of those brighter greens, that's where we see that rotation. It does look like it is a bit more broad rotation right now, but it has been confirmed, and this storm has went through a few cycles of weakening and strengthening and weakening and strengthening. So even if it is weakening right now and you're out ahead of this storm, it could strengthen, and it could strengthen fairly quickly and then cause damage. So make sure you are in your safe spot out ahead of this storm. That's going to be for places. You can see Bruce still out ahead of this storm, Banner out ahead of this storm. Giving you another look at that and another track on this as that moves north and east. I'm going to give it a little bit more of that south track to include a few places like Bruce and Lloyd. That's going to be Bounds 109, closer towards Shepherd 118, Bruce 122, Lloyd 129, Matthews 138. Now I'm going to shift this track to more of that north extent, and it's going to be Shepherd 119, Bruce 123, Matthews 139. That's including some of those same locations, but Randolph 148, Dogtown 150. So that's expanding over the next 45, 50 minutes with that track. We want to give you that heads up. And now they have changed that tag once again. Confirmed tornado touchdown. We have seen this touchdown and cause debris, confirmed and tornado debris signatures a few times with this same cell. We've been tracking that before it got into our area. Right now, it is moving through kind of that corner of Grenada, Yalobusha, Calhoun County. As we kind of clear that track back off, looking at that storm, you can see looks like maybe some hail in parts of Calhoun County. Let me look at that and check that. We've seen some large hail with this storm as well, and it does look like we have some hail, not the largest that we've seen, but still possibly some damage in hail, especially that southern corner closer towards Grenada County of Calhoun County. You can see more of those blues there, kind of that almost purplish color. That's where we're seeing some of that hail within the storm. So we are still tracking this storm right now. Kind of that rotation, that center of rotation that we've been tracking is moving kind of through that corner of Grenada, Yalobusha, Calhoun County, closer towards the retreat area. And that is going to be north of Highway 8 and is going to be kind of closer towards County Road 308, Young's area. Bounds, you're right out ahead of that. Big Creek, you're right out ahead of that. Pittsboro, you need to go ahead and be in your safe spot. And kind of getting another look at that track as it moves into some of those locations. Some times of that storm. Going to be Big Creek 113, Shepherd 119, Matthews 139, closer towards Reed there 135, Buckhorn 143, Holka 150, Algoma 157, as that continues to track and will move into some of our northern counties once it gets past where right now under that tornado warning for places Yalobusha and then Calhoun County.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, so we're starting to get more
Pictures.
in from Ashland to Florida, that's not still changes. I want to double check, I'm assuming because he was the first one before Elliot got hit, that's where a lot of things are coming from.
Okay.
We go on trading spots for just a minute here.
Yes.
Again,
Um,
come out there.
and
ahead.
this one in the chat says it is from Elliot.
Okay. There we go. So we'll go ahead and adjust the camera here for a moment. And we'll come over and take a look because unfortunately these are rather rough looking. Give me just a second to kind of get these all where they need to be so that I can show them freely to you. And again, Ashton with North Mississippi Storm Chasers reporting what looks to be fairly significant damage in the Elliott community. That would be in the southern part there of Grenada County, kind of southeast of Grenada. Before we do that, boy, this has gone through an evolution, hasn't it? Okay, our sustained circulation there may still be a thing, but watch Slate Springs. You see how that's kind of shooting ahead there? Hold on. It's back. Yep. That's about to produce, if that hasn't already produced a tornado there, northwest of Slate Springs, it's going to. Near Highway 8 in Sabugala. right over top of you. This is probably a tornado either in the generation phase or one occurring right now. Let's check tornado debris mode. I can't confirm that yet, but that's in the right spot. Let's adjust that forward. Moving along Highway 8 toward Calhoun City. We have a tornado that we believe is either in the generation phase or touched down at this moment, moving toward you. So we don't have a ton of time here, as we've talked about. You know, that there was going to be some ebbs and flows and changes in this. Unfortunately, this has not worked out well for Calhoun City. 1:18 time for you. We're now 11 minutes away. So what we believe this to be is a tornado either in the generation phase or having already touched down, as this storm, well defined on all of our projections that we talked about it over and over the course of the last couple of days, that we get these long track storms that kind of produce tornadoes on multiple instances. This one has now probably reformed on the front side of this, unfortunately. And to give you some perspective of what this storm is capable of, man, I mean, let's get you tornado safe places up there real quick. Your tornado safety rules, and I'm going to show you some of these pictures, some of these videos. There's just a bunch that Ashton has taken, and they do not look good. And just this will be the example is the reason why we need to be taking shelter from this. Okay, so while I have that storm track still there, I want to show you this video that Ashton took. This is in the Elliott community in the southern portion of Grenada County. Significant damage there. Looks like that house in better shape than it could have been, but then that was just the initial look at that there. I'm seeing these raw alongside of you. I'm really hoping that that's not the bars to make up the underside of a mobile home. No guarantees that's what that is, but a lot of times when we get a long piece of metal, hopefully it's some kind of outbuilding, frankly. That is a car overturned, trees knocked down and to a certain extent stripped. Again, that's why we talk about cars. The roof partially missing on that house. Go ahead.
Just read it.
Read it out loud?
No.
Okay.
Because I'm going to have Michelle called.
Okay. So we're working to confirm whether or not people have been hurt there. Clearly, this is the worst case scenario that we didn't want to see. A nighttime strong tornado that has hit the Elliott community there in Grenada County. So with that as what you have now seen, moving along Highway 8, we believe is the next iteration of what this storm is capable of. It produced a tornado when it was near out toward Greenwood before that point as well. And we believe moving up Highway 8 toward Calhoun City, we have that same storm producing a tornado. I cannot confirm tornado damage at this instant, thankfully. But of course, in order to confirm tornado damage, it has to throw it, in this case, up about a mile in the air, maybe a little bit more than a mile in the air there in Calhoun County. So by the time we can confirm it, it has already been doing damage for minutes. So in Calhoun City, we need to be in that tornado safe place, and we need to be there now. Current time is 1:10. As I adjust our track here for you and go back to the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, I'm just adjusting where we expect our tornado to show up the next time forward a little bit. Take this picture, send it to somebody you know in Calhoun City. As you can see there, best case scenario, we're talking 9-ish minutes. School there on kind of the west side of town, the impact there, about 1:20. Best case scenario, that would be 10 minutes from now, 9 minutes from now, and that time is ticking away. So we need to make sure that someone there gets that call or text message from you. Yes, weather call is important. That's what we talk about to wake us up in the middle of the night. But your phone call, I know my phone here, I have the fine folks here in the studio and a few other people around the station have my number, and I have a do not disturb it's on my phone in the middle of the night so that I can sleep. Here's the deal. You can bust through someone's do not disturb by calling them back multiple times. So if their phone, you call them and doesn't go through, call them back. Make sure they know that we have what has been a damaging tornado from time to time moving in their direction. I'll pop up this video again while I leave that storm track up for a moment of what looks to be fairly significant damage, and we're working to determine whether or not folks were actually injured as well. Clearly with overturned cars, that was a powerful tornado, as anticipated, as forecasted, unfortunately being realized in this case. So bring that down here for a moment. That was Ashton with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. We appreciate the dedication those folks do out of the kindness of their heart, the goodness for the community, to make sure that people are safe on nights like this. this is an increasingly complex thunderstorm because, I mean, I don't know if you hear it the same way we hear it here at the studio, but like the wind is howling through the tower out there above us at 70, 80 miles per hour, a little bit above the surface. And so that is what is powering into these storms. And what we have had happen is we've had our main rotation. This was the circulation there that caused the damage near the Elliott community there, that still, look at the last little bit here, there's still some rotation on the backside there, but our main area of rotation is kind of on the front end there, closer to Slate Springs. It's going to be working its way up there near the 9-8 split in Calhoun County toward Calhoun City. Now, Bruce, you are also in this tornado warning. I'm not as concerned for you, but I will tell you that there are still some spots back here that look a little fishy, enough so that I would be in that tornado safe place if you were there. And certainly, when we talk about unsafe places, cars, trucks, and manufactured homes are where most tornado fatalities occur. I point this out not to pick on anybody or anything, but to say that the reality of the situation is if wind can get below whatever you're in, it can flip that over. So manufactured homes that are on a slab foundation are in better shape. But tonight, reinforced structures certainly are the best place to be, if we can be, because strong tornado potential, as you saw from what we had there in the Elliott community, definitely have the potential for strong tornadoes tonight. Current time is 1:13, almost 1:14. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. On the wider shot here, we're going to do a longer track, and then we're going to stay in until this kind of makes its way through, whatever this is, through the Calhoun City area. You can see storm shelters ahead. And so when we get out here toward Houston, you are not under a tornado warning yet. But if this holds together, you will be. So as we look toward Houston, we're about 146 for you. Okolona, we're about 110. Algoma, about 201. Excuse me, that's 210 for Okolona, 201 for Algoma. Shannon, 218. Verona at 222. And Tupelo, 227. Our projections, since we first tracked this, I think during Fallon, have always said about 220 or so for Tupelo, and that's still about the time. And this is on that track. Unfortunately, that is the angle this is. Now, could it weaken before it gets here? Yes. Will it stay weakened? That's not something we can confirm. We have to hope for that, but we have to plan otherwise. So if you're farther ahead, we do still have time. If we make an evaluation of our structure that we're in and we say that it is not strong enough, when we get out here, Houston and otherwise, we still have some time. But Calhoun City, we're doing the best with where we're at, unfortunately. And unfortunately, just on the wider shot, that looks like that could be strengthening. Yeah, very near the 8-9 split. I'm going to pull down those tornado unsafe places here for a moment. We're going to look for tornado debris. I perhaps do have just the slightest tornado debris signature showing up there near the 8-9 split. Let's look here at the wind mode. I don't know that that perfectly lines up. It did more a moment ago right there. I will bet you that right there, that probably was, let's check it. It's in the middle there. Hold on. No, I cannot confirm for sure that that was debris, because even though I do have that little bit of a lowering there, it's also in kind of a clear slot. Either way, it's trying very hard to produce a tornado, and you can see even some of our other in-house projections seeing more of that rotation picking up on that hook there. We see this is where our rotation is, very near the 8-9 split, southwest of Calhoun City, and there's our air wrapping back in and around with this. So how long until we get this into Calhoun City? That's obviously the most important question. So I would place our area of greatest concern that we see the end of that arrow there. So the southwest side of Calhoun City, we're looking at about 4 miles and 5 minutes. So this is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially produce a tornado. We're going to clear off that so we have Calhoun City on there. We're going to put on our storm track that pulls out every stop sign pretty much that it can come up with. And so we show St. James Church at 118. Current time is 116, almost 117. I believe that'd be right there where that St. James Church is. I'm going to move this north just a little bit before I have this track. Either way, that St. James Church needs to be taking shelter. We show Calhoun City, and of course we're at that dot there in Calhoun City at the latest at 121. But again, somewhere in that 119 to 120 time period is where we should be expecting this to arrive there in Calhoun City. Now, I will say that our rotation looks somewhat broader, but again, we're looking about a mile up, and radar is not perfect. And so where I'm seeing it might not be the reality of where you're seeing it. Because I'll bet if I go back here and I put that smoothing back up on here, we're all going to be able to see that hook on this a whole lot better, right? You see it. Right there, wrapping around, powerful storm, south side of Calhoun City. I mean, I would say all of Calhoun City. We got to be careful, but I would say certainly a preference on the south side and east side there. Eventually toward, I guess that'd be Derma, and out toward Vardaman as well, Plyland and Thorn. Eventually, not officially in this tornado warning, but certainly the potential that this could produce significant issues as it moves in from the south and west. Current time, again, is about 1:18. So we are losing time here, and I'm waiting on the latest scan, which I believe is a minute later than I expected it to be. We should be getting that in any moment here. Let's go up. Since if we're not getting it on the lowest scan, let's go up here. And that gives you a better idea on the positioning. So that, again, is in right over the 8-9 split. So let's go ahead and put our circle on, and I would say, again, on the southwest side of Calhoun City, where we probably have our tornado, if it's producing damage, that's our most likely spot at this point here, moving into the south side of Calhoun City. So hopefully, if you know folks there, they're in that tornado safe place. Luckily, this is a little bit broad. I don't have the tight pixel change, but anytime we're looking at radar, it's at least a few moments old. So with that in mind, it's at least a few moments old, and so it's possible it could be worse than what we're looking at here. National Weather Service is going to be extending a warning beyond this. They're going to go with tornado possible on a severe thunderstorm warning when they extend this into locations in Chickasaw, probably Pontotoc, maybe even all the way to Lee County there. We'll have to see as they how far out they choose to go with this. I just want to be clear that we do anticipate that we're going to continue to have this storm rotate and try to produce tornadoes all the way up into the Tupelo area, somewhere around 12:20 to 12:30, we show there, into the Midtown Tupelo area, southwest portion of town after that. And obviously, before it ever gets there, over Calhoun City now, eventually closer to, this does not officially on this track have Houston in it. Let's get Houston on that. We show Houston at about 1:49. And then, of course, on the north side there, if it were to pull all the way north, and that'd be a little extreme, we'd be looking at, I wanted to get Pontotoc in that, yeah, you can see Pontotoc City Lake by about 2:09 if it were able to hold together that far north. So coming in closer here, as this potential tornado continues to move into Calhoun City, our radar is really slow right now for one reason or another. I'm coming down to kind of our lowest scan there, just on the southwest side of town. Either this has really hit the brakes, or our data's delayed. Maybe it slowed down that much. Would you be able to double check that speed, Chelsea? Just the last half hour, if you can. I'm curious as to why it feels like time is standing still. I guess maybe that's a good thing that hopefully people have had time to get to their tornado shelter, if that's the case. Sometimes, you know, if something gets delayed and it jumps ahead on us, I don't want this to imply more time than there is. It has slowed down. What?
25.
We're down to 25 miles per hour. Wow. That is hit.
That's half hour.
Half hour.
So it's still 40.
Still 40. Okay.
Sorry.
40 to 50. Okay. Got it. Okay. Good deal. I was gonna say, man, it would have really turned into the wind. That's okay. Nope. They're gonna go ahead and go to tornado warning for Chickasaw County as they extend this ahead. National Weather Service going. I'm talking the inside edition on what they're doing here. So I apologize for that. I should wait for them to actually put it out in this case. Either way, this is an open dialogue on the fact that this has been a strong storm for a while and will continue to produce the potential for tornadoes and damage going forward. If you're just now joining us, it is 1:21, and we are continuing to track this storm as it moves in the direction of Chickasaw and Pontotoc counties, I do not know that they're necessarily going to take this all the way into Monroe and Lee counties for now, but they might have to extend that eventually if this continues to hold together. But Calhoun City, we need to be in that tornado safe place. The lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. I've got to move this card over a little bit more. I'm covering up a little more of the screen than I'd like to. There's our latest update. And again, showing what is still a developing tornado, I would say, kind of on the southeast side of Calhoun City there, just south of Derma, where it is by no more than about a mile to a mile and a half or so. In saying that, radar is not perfect. I don't know how many times I have to say that over Calhoun County. You probably in Calhoun County get real sick of me saying that because it's always an issue over you because we're always looking high. So I apologize for that. But because radar isn't perfect, I have to cast kind of a broader net here than I would necessarily someplace else. But I would say very near Derma is where our area of circulation is. And I would define it at this moment as a Doppler radar indicated area of circulation that could develop into a tornado very soon. We have not had one confirmed in the last few minutes, but in case you've missed it before, we have had it confirmed within about the last half hour or so. More damage video again coming in from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, Ashton, showing what this storm did when it was back near the Elliott community. Unfortunately, that's quite a bit of damage, and we're still working with our Michelle Martin to determine whether or not everyone made it out okay on that. Still working to get confirmation. Some early rumors of things there, but certainly watching this very closely. So near Derma, as we go ahead and kind of take down that video again, where our area circulation is. I cannot confirm debris at this moment, thankfully. But as we always say, debris is something we confirm after the fact, and so it's not a predictive tool, unfortunately. So here's one of the weather calls coming in right now. Hello?
Weather call, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your immediate area. It is advised for you to seek shelter in the nearest best available shelter area immediately. Again, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your monitored area. Seek shelter now in the closest and best available shelter immediately.
So I have mine set up to give me tornado warnings outside of just my exact location on that there, so that way we're kind of prepped behind the scenes so we don't end up missing something. So for my exact spot, I'm not officially under that tornado warning, but if you are in one of those spots where you are getting those weather calls right now, those locations would not be Lee County. They intentionally left off Lee County on that for now, as to not alert the whole county with tornado warning sirens until it's just a little bit closer and it's something we can confirm. Warning fatigue is going to be a real thing over the next 24 hours, where it's just like, we're doing this again. And the problem is that our peak potential for injury outside of the nighttime component for this could end up being tomorrow in the afternoon, and so we don't want people worn down by that point in time. So it will probably still be coming for a tornado warning eventually for Lee County up there, maybe Monroe County as well eventually. But for now, until 2:15 in the morning, we're talking about a tornado warning that's in effect for Chickasaw, for Pontotoc, and for Calhoun counties. And Calhoun City, of course, and Derma and Vardaman under the gun for the potential for this to produce a tornado. And again, strengthening and trying to do that. I'm gonna look at a couple different scans here on StormTrack Doppler radars. We kind of try to assess the best location as to where it is. I'd say pretty much over top of Derma is where it is right now. Going back to the precipitation mode there, it is really trying to wrap up. Near Hollis, gotta move my circle here forward a little bit. Definitely trying to wrap up right along Mississippi Highway 8. And one of the things to remember on this is unlikely to be visible. If you were looking at this from home and going to your front porch and trying to see this, there's a pretty good chance you won't. Yeah, right there. Hold on. That probably is. Very near, okay, so this is County Road 418, the intersection with Mississippi Highway 8. This is County Road 420. Very near County Road 420 is where our circulation is picking back up. If this has not fully wrapped up and produced a tornado yet, it probably will fairly soon. It's going to move toward Hollis, Vardaman. We have to be in that tornado safe place County Road 428, County Road 433. These are all Calhoun County roads, all in the path of this potential tornado. And if it's not producing a tornado now, I think there's a good chance it could in the near future. Let's look at that tornado debris. Not something we can confirm. Precipitation mode definitely shows it wrapped up at the spot we're tracking it there. So unfortunately, this is a serious situation where we need to be in that tornado safe place. And just a reminder, as we've recently had a new tornado warning issued, and as we look ahead on this, it's moving about 45 miles per hour. And this is not a knock on anyone or anything or any place or any choice, but this is a factual statement. Looking at statistics, you're 20 times more likely to die in a tornado if you are in a manufactured home when you're hit. In 2023, we had 3 tornado deaths in our area, and they were all in manufactured homes. The fact that they're not on a solid foundation makes them more vulnerable, and we need to be in a stronger structure. So when we're out there toward Houston, we're almost out of time. If we need to go someplace, Okolona, we might still have a few minutes where we can do that. But if you're out ahead here, we need to be in a reinforced storm shelter. There's the list, as you can see with that QR code, to let you know. This is not knocking anyone or anything or any choice, but this is a factual statement that you need to be in a sturdier structure tonight. The likelihood is that we have strong tornadoes, and that could be a deadly situation if not respected. So please respect it. And so as I extend this slightly farther ahead, and then we're going to come in really tight on this. A lot of locations there. Tupelo around 2:30, Mantachie 2:40, Fulton close to 3 o'clock, Academy around 3, Scottsville after 3 a.m. Make sure we are in that tornado safe place. You can assess that by looking at what we've defined there as a small windowless room where you can wrap up on blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. This is not producing a tornado. It's trying very hard near Hollis and approaching County Road 428. There's Vardaman, moving into the Vardaman area with the potential for this to try to produce a tornado. So it is definitely in a strengthening phase still at this point here. And whether it's produced a tornado or not, doesn't matter. We shelter either way. We protect ourselves. And let's be clear here, as men, we wake up, get out of bed, say this matters, and get to our safe place. If your signal happens to go out for one reason or another, because your power goes out, we have had numerous power disruptions. We do stream live at WTVA.com/live and the WTVA news and weather apps. You can go to those to be able to catch our live stream if your power goes out, as long as you have internet and your mobile device. If you're ahead of this, we need to keep those phones charged. We've got a lot of this to go. Keep those phones charged, put on hard-soled shoes, and protect, important documents, and get within steps of your tornado safe place. The area I'm circling here is where we're most likely to see that rotation right now. I'm going to move it ahead a little farther along Highway 8 near the intersection of County Road 433, where we'd have it right now. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially be a tornado in the development phases. And if not, let's just go back to the straight wind mode here for a second and talk about this, which is, if this is not a tornado, this is maybe 90-mile-an-hour winds aloft that's trying to mix down to the surface. Now, again, we are looking fairly high up, but that is trying to wrap back around this. That's going to cause tornado-like damage if that is the case. We call this RFD, rear flank downdraft damage, and most of the significant wind damage events that aren't just the whole line of thunderstorms end up being this RFD damage wrapping around there. So in Vardaman, that's what's coming toward you, as well as the circulation that could potentially be a tornado trying to develop right now. As we check out the tornado debris mode, thankfully, that's not something that I can confirm. I'm going to take this, I'm going to make this more our blurry version again, as we have all those lightning strikes popping back up to show the continuous cloud to ground lightning. I'm going to change our radar mode here to make it more sensitive to tornado debris. That means we're going to be more likely to have false positive. I don't think I can necessarily confirm tornado debris at this moment, but there's no way you're going to see this. You're just not. Look what we have here. I have a straight up S showing up, right? This is that wind punching ahead, that RFD punching ahead, and still the area wrapping back around. So I have damaging winds going through the south part of Vardaman, probably within the next 2 minutes or so, and then I have a tornado that's trying to develop and move along Highway 8. Whether it's a tornado, whether it's the straight line winds, they're both going to be highly impactful, cause power outages, cause damage to structures if it is as bad as it looks like it could be here on Storm Track Doppler radar. Clearly, we've had nighttime tornadoes hit Vardaman before within the last few years. So you know the concerns that go along with that. National Weather Service noting the increase in the intensity of the rotation on this as this moves into the Vardaman area. Your moments are ticking away. As I put on my storm track here that plots on absolutely everything that it can find, best case scenario into Vardaman, we're looking about 2 minutes. We've got to be in that tornado safe place. I'm going to slightly longer track. We show Vardaman Elementary School, 134, Friendship Missionary Baptist Church at 139, Pyland there, at 140, and Thorn Church at 142. Doppler radar indicated rotation. Again, we're having to look fairly high up, and we always have to kind of guess what's going on closer to the surface. But unfortunately, this has the potential to be a significant situation and could be a damaging tornado in the formation phase, or at the very least, some straight line winds that are trying to do the same thing. But this is wrapped up on the west side of Vardaman right now. I show it near the intersection there of County Road 202 and Mississippi Highway 8. You can see the lighter returns there as precipitation's wrapping back around in this. This is not going to be visible. If this is a tornado, it's just going to look like a wall of rain, and then something happens. So tornado safe place. Pop up those rules. I hope you get tired of me saying them, because that means you probably know what they're saying. But we show that tornado safe place. We've got to be in sturdy structure, a middle of a lowest floor, a place we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Okay. So the Grenada County Sheriff's Office dispatch, according to our Michelle Martin, says that all the emergency managers are out right now, and they could not confirm the severity or how many people are hurt, but he said that there are several injuries. So again, we can confirm near the Elliott area, or at least within Grenada County, that there are at least several injuries of people, unfortunately, related to this tornado. And it's the same storm here, not the exact same circulation, but the same storm that's moving into Vardaman. So everything on this indicates that this storm is attempting to produce a significant damaging situation that could be a significant tornado in the Vardaman area right now. So please take this seriously. Please be in that tornado safe place. You're not going to see it. So going to the front door to try to see it is not going to help you. It's just going to be an opportunity to get hurt. Okay, Zach, I'm seeing some of these things coming through chat here, and Chelsea, if you want to kind of pull some of these up on 3, I'll let you kind of talk through some of them. We might do them in a couple different tabs, and we'll come to you here in a minute with that shot. But let me know when you're ready for that here in a couple minutes. But I want to stay with Vardaman here for a moment. Jeez. They are changing the angle. They're double checking the angle on this. They're going with a large tornado, considerable damage on their latest update on this. The reason for it is because of just how strong the indications are. And unfortunately, you know, damage, when we look for debris, it's not a predictive thing. And the possibility, the likelihood is there that we have strong tornadoes tonight. And a wider shot on this storm is not friendly at all. This is a bad one. I mean, you don't have to be a meteorologist to see how that's curling around all the way there. It's just like a big swirl all the way to the middle. A very strong area of circulation right over top of Vardaman. Our thoughts, our prayers with those folks there in Calhoun County tonight, and Grenada County that have already seen damage, as this is now just on the northeast side of Vardaman. I would show our circulation. That is the Chickasaw Calhoun County line right there, crossing that county line. We believe to be a tornado that could potentially be a large tornado in the development phases right now. I mean, just looking at the wind mode there, extremely strong wind wrapping around this. I do think the wind mode lagging a little bit behind my area of greatest concern. I put a little bit ahead of that there. About to move into Chickasaw County. So we need to stay in that tornado safe place if we live near Vardaman. And we need to be definitely going there if we're in Houston. While this, yes, is aimed a little bit north of Houston, this storm has had a tendency to wobble as it goes east and northeast. So I would not trust that it's going to hold any specific track. It's generally heading northeast, generally heading toward Tupelo, let's be clear, around the less than an hour from now, 50 minutes from now, if it continues at this pace, that's where it's going to be. But in the nearer term, as you can see, Parkersburg at 154, 159 Van Fleet, and over top of Vardaman, just east of Vardaman right now. I'm just keep poking and prodding this thing, going back to tornado debris, not something I've been able to confirm at this instant, unfortunately. Fortunately, I haven't been able to confirm it. Unfortunately, it still looks to be very strong and likely damaging. So, defining this as we can say right now, I have not personally been able to confirm tornado debris on this, but that is something that happens after the fact, and that should in no way change your preparation if you live along County Road 441 near the intersection of County Road 39, right at the Chickasaw and Calhoun County line. Let's widen this a little bit so we can get Houston in this track. Actually, let's widen, take off the why it's issued for a moment and get something slightly wider. Because as you'll note, Hulka, I think you're probably a little bit north. You're going to get some of the hail potential out of this. And this has moved and changed a few times. But earlier, remember, we were looking at what's going to go toward Calhoun City or Bruce, and it went more toward Calhoun City. And Vardaman, it's headed more east. I still show that right over there across the county line. I would say right on the county line between Calhoun and Chickasaw County near Thorne, Parkersburg, Hulka, eventually Shannon, Verona, potentially in the path of this. And maybe Tupelo if it pulls that far north. Let's go wider for just a moment here. This is part of a bigger cluster of thunderstorms, and I want to make sure there's nothing else in this cluster that needs monitoring. Certainly nothing on this level. That's a rough one for sure. Let's make sure there's not anything else out there. I know there were some severe thunderstorms south. These are mainly what we call left splits. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time or hail potential on these. These have a long ways to go to mature. Man, I think it's more impressive on the wide shot, Chelsea. Where I don't, if I didn't have any cities on there, like, just it's an incredibly impressive storm. Unfortunately, Houston, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Cannot emphasize that enough. This is northwest side of Houston, north side of Houston. Let's make sure, of course, you know that you have the bypass that goes around town, right? I would say this probably crosses pretty close on the north side of the bypass there, potentially. Let's look at this again. I don't know. I'm not ruling out Midtown Houston either. We need to be definitely in that tornado safe place, Houston. This has gone a little more east over the last 15 minutes or so. Let's look back at the wind mode there, which continues to be extremely significant. I'm going to look at just the straight line wind portion of this as well. Again, places in here where a couple spots where you could potentially have a tornado, but that's just widespread significant straight line winds near Pyland. As you can see there, I show near Vardaman. Again, this is above the surface, but somewhere in that 80 mile per hour range, kind of all of this pushing right there toward Houston. So whether it becomes a tornado, is a tornado or not, 80 mile per hour winds would qualify as a tornado strength wind. So you could potentially still have tornado-like damage out of the straight line winds of this, and then the potential on the north side there that you spin up a tornado. And if this gets even a little bit more organized, there remains a potential for this to produce a significant, strong tornado once again, as it has done in the past. Current time is 1:40 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon, alongside our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons and John DeLucic, as we're continuing to monitor these storms here. Man, National Weather Service mentioning 87 knots at, about a mile above the surface, which is, over 100 mile per hour winds there. Some of that could wrap down the surface and try to make this produce a tornado or just cause damage in its own right. Long-lived storm here. Hall Community, Houston, Parkersburg, Thorne, Highland. We all need to be in that tornado safe place if we are in these locations here. Put up those tornado safety rules for a moment. And I'm going to trade places with our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons here for just a moment as well. Because obviously this remains a very significant and potentially deadly storm for us.
Yeah, and we've tracked this since it was south and west of our area. Now it is moving through parts of Chickasaw County with very, very windy conditions. And even if it is not a tornado on the ground right now, even just some of those straight line winds could cause tornado like damage. Now, this is still tagged as a large tornado, considerable damage, and that area of kind of that push of the wind right along Highway 8 there in between Boardman and Houston, and it's trying to wrap around, like Matt was saying, and that's that rotation that we're still tracking. So you need to be in your safe place, and that is going to be a sturdy structure, small room, middle of your home, lowest floor, apartment building, wherever it is. You want to be on that lowest floor, and you want to wrap up in pillows, blankets, put a helmet on, and wait till you are given the all clear before coming out. And even if you get the all clear tonight, there are still more storms tomorrow. We have a long duration of these storms along next really 18 to 20 hours of these storms. So you need to make sure you are staying extra aware and staying and have multiple ways to get those alerts. Now, some of those ways to get the alerts, that's going to be WTVA Weather Call. You can find that link at WTVA.com. WTVA Weather App. Have those notifications on, especially through the overnight periods when folks are going to be trying to go to bed. No Weather Radio app, Code Red Alert, FEMA app, all good resources to have with these storms. Now, we're still tracking some of the very, very windy conditions, and it looks like kind of that push out there. You can see that curve over Highway 8 down through parts of Chickasaw County. That looks like it's going to be some windy conditions there moving into Houston, really the city of Houston, seeing some very windy conditions here within the next few minutes. That is just really a couple miles away, 3 miles away, 2 miles on the western side of town. So just make sure you are staying extra careful. You are in your safe spot already, and that's going to be for places through Chickasaw County right now under that tornado warning, and then also southern parts of Pontotoc County under that tornado warning. But kind of looking closer and looking at that storm rotation along with that, you can kind of see where those bright colors mix. Those bright greens there, those bright reds. That's where it's trying to rotate. That curve back there, that's where we're potentially seeing where a tornado is trying to form right now. Let's look at the debris and see if there's any kind of debris signature on that. Not seeing any debris signature with that, just some noise from the radar. So it's good news for now, but that is still a strong storm pushing into Houston with those winds. Could be seeing some 80-mile-per-hour winds closer towards the surface there, and that's going to be like right along Highway 8 going into Houston. It looks like that rotation slightly north of Highway 8, and it has tracked primarily east. So getting a track on that, let's take a look more at the position of that storm and how it's moved. I'm going to track that primarily east. So getting some times into Okolona, that's going to be at 12:13. Shannon, 12:20. Brewer, 12:24. Nettleton, 12:26. Bigby there, 12:33. Richmond, 12:26. And yes, Matt.
And we are live on KZ103 for those folks. If you happen to, for whatever reason, not have the ability to watch our live stream and power goes out, you can watch us. You can listen to us on KZ103 now. Just got the message from them with we're live streaming there as well. That's continues to move its way toward the Buffalo area.
Okay. And I also want to get a track on some of those winds, kind of along Highway 8. So let me clear this off and get more of a track, including Houston. This will still include Okolona, but also include Amory in that little bit of a longer track. Okolona 12:11, New Wren area 12:22, or 2:11, Okolona, 2:22 for the New Wren area, 2:26 Nettleton, 2:32 in Amory. That's going to be with those winds that are pushing out there along Highway 8. You're going to be tracking through parts of Chickasaw County and then eventually into Monroe County as this storm moves across our area. And looking at that storm, let's take a bit more of a line if I can zoom out slightly. Trying to get some of those names off, city names off, so we can. Where is there? It has more of that S shape that we were looking at. So that curvature, right there, that curve back and then around. Those winds right there along Highway 8 are pushing through Houston right now. Here in the next moment or two, if they're not already, it's kind of moving right onto the western side of town. That's going to be getting closer towards, you can see Aberdeen Road there, County Road 52 here soon. Airport Road, you're seeing very windy conditions probably already there. And then County Road 405, that's where we're seeing a bit more of that rotation. You can see that curve back. It actually looks like it's curved a bit more down as we were just looking at that. So we are looking at that area of rotation there along County Road 405 through parts of Chickasaw County. That's going to include north part of the city of Houston. Houston needing to be in your safe spot already. And Matt kind of drew arrows there on the map where it's curving around both directions. That's where we're seeing that rotation with that storm just north of Highway 8 there. And it's going to continue to shift through the north part of Houston. If you're in Houston, needing to be in that safe location already. You can see that's moving right along Highway 15 there, just north of Houston. Some of those winds there, 64 miles per hour. So still very breezy conditions along with that, as we do have that rotating thunderstorm right now. Looking at debris mode, we're not looking at any of that confirmed with debris. Now, this same system, not really the same area of rotation, has caused damage. That's why we have that tag there as large tornado, considerable damage. We've seen damage from the same cell. So needing to make sure you are staying in a safe spot, you are staying weather alert, and you have multiple ways to get those alerts. Now, some unsafe places. We saw that video earlier from the Grenada County area. A lot of cars talking around. Cars, trucks, manufactured homes, unsafe locations. Large open rooms. Upper floors, rooms with windows, all unsafe locations. You want to be in a small, windowless room wrapped up in pillows and blankets and a helmet if you have that. You want as much protection between you and the outside as possible. So clearing this out once again. Another look at that storm. We're still looking at that rotation that's going to be moving just north part of Houston right now. We can see where that rotates back around. You can see that push of wind moving through Houston. It's probably moving now on the east side of Houston, and then wrapping back around is where we're seeing that rotation, pretty much right along Highway 15 right now. If you are there along County Road 164, right out ahead of those storms, you need to be in that safe spot right now. Now, if you are through places closer towards the east part of Chickasaw County, closer towards County Road 46, Oglona, and even parts of Monroe County, this is going to be on down the line from you. So go ahead and be steps away from that safe place. Go ahead and think about where you will be going here in the next 30 minutes to an hour as this storm continues to push across the area. Now, we are still tracking that rotation right now as going to be just north of the Houston area, 15, Highway 15, and then also, trying to get that county road name on there, County Road 515 north is where we're seeing a little bit more of that rotation. You can see, kind of see 6th Avenue there for Houston, but north side of Houston right now is where we have that rotation, kind of right over top of you, and that's tracked primarily east. It's almost been parallel with Highway 8 for a while. So I'm going to get another track on that as it continues to push east. Going to be getting closer towards Oglona here in the next few minutes at 212. New Ren 223, Ren 224, 226 into the Nettleton area. And I am going to clear that off and get a bit of a longer track through more locations through Monroe County. That's going to be getting closer towards Amory 233, Hatley 239, Smithville there 243, and then Splenge 252. Now this storm has went through many different phases as it has produced damage, it has strengthened, it has weakened. So this cell is going to continue to push across parts of Chickasaw County, maybe impacting a few spots northern Monroe County, southern Lee County. But Matt, yes.
Let's go down here.
I cannot hear you. Right.
Come to this camera. We'll talk here for a moment here. I want to show you some new video coming in from, I believe it's Ashton with the North Mississippi Storm Chasing Spotters. I believe this drone video actually of some of the search and rescue going on there in Grenada County. As you can see folks out there looking through the rubble of what was some kind of a structure. And see some doors there showing up. This new video coming in right now. Again, North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, Ashton has his drone up, checking this out. And clearly a huge law enforcement presence, looked like some kind of definitely machine moving some things, but a very active scene there. This is in the Elliott community of Grenada County right now, southern part of the county. Had a report from somebody, I believe Casey was her name, in Duckhill, talking about how the power line's down near the Duckhill area, closer to Elliott. Those trees just completely knocked over there. That one stripped roof off of that building there. Just a mess, and clear the way, he's going in all directions. It shows you that this is kind of the epicenter of something that was bad. So this is an example of strong tornado damage that Chelsea, when you're tracking this right now in Chickasaw County, this is why we're on top of this, because this looks throughout that time, and when you start looking at it now, it's a reminder of a strong tornado, an absolute possibility tonight, unfortunately.
Yes, and we are tracking that tornado warned storm through Chickasaw County right now. This tornado warning goes until 12:15. It will probably expand the tornado warning or put a severe thunderstorm warning down the line of this for places Monroe County, southern parts of Lee County, maybe Itawamba County included in that, as this continues to track across. They now have that just tagged as tornado warning. They took off that large, confirmed, considerable damage tag. Yes.
Also a report coming in just in the last couple minutes here from Sheriff Greg Collins there in Calhoun County, saying that trees down and power outages in and around the Barterman area. So unfortunately, one of two things is happening. We've got a tornado there, or those very strong straight line winds that are attacking Houston, caused some straight line wind damage.
And I was looking at power outages earlier, and there is almost 7,000 folks across the state without power. So that is another reason why you need multiple ways to get those alerts. In case your power goes out, you can't charge your phone, you don't have any cable or way to watch us on your television. No Weather Radio app is a good way to do that. WTVA Weather app is also a good way to do that. Have those notifications turned on, especially as this is a long duration event and will continue to go through tomorrow. Now also that code red alert and also FEMA app, good ways to get those notifications. So this storm that we are tracking right now still has rotation with it. Now we're looking at that area of rotation. Now it's north and slightly east of Houston, closer towards Parkersburg right there. And as you can see, more of those greens there, reds there where they meet. That's where we have that rotation. You can see it curving back there. So right along Highway 15 there, north of Houston, south of Davis Lake area, that's where we have that rotation within this thunderstorm. And this same storm, not the same area of rotation, but the same storm has caused damage. That's what we were just looking at with Matt. So needing to take this tornado warning seriously. Even though they did drop that tag, it is still a tornado warned storm, and you need to make sure you are in your safe spot. And a safe location is going to be a small windowless room if you don't have an actual tornado shelter in your home. Lower floor, middle of your house. For example, it's going to be your bathroom, maybe under the stairs. Wrap up in pillows, blankets, a helmet. If you have one, you want to have as much protection between you and the outside as possible too, in case there is flying debris with this storm. So looking at that area of rotation, you can see that is closer towards the Parkersburg area, just south of that. County Road 164 to just west of you, where we are tracking that area of rotation there. You can see it curving back around. But even just to the south of that, you can kind of see how the storm pushes out. And that's going to be those very strong winds that are moving through parts of Chickasaw County right now. That's really moving right now, right across, trying to get that county road to pop up. County Road 164, closer towards County Road 164. There you can see 163. These winds are going to shift into your area. And even those straight line winds sometimes can do as much damage as a weak tornado. But we are still tracking a tornado warned storm right now, Chickasaw County included under that tornado warning, as well as southern parts of Pontotoc County. Yes, Matt.
Okay, so we do have new video coming in from, this would be near Grenada Lake, video from Shelby. We'll go ahead and kind of pop back up over here. Just a moment, I'll get it up for you. Shelby sending us this video. I believe this is of the tornado when it was near the Grenada Lake area. So go ahead and kind of pop it up. No real question about what that's all there. That's it. We are moving our tornado and moving away. That market rain on either side. Yeah, that looks like I'm gonna grab that for you, show you again here for a moment. But looks like we're, let's see if we can move it in a little bit. Probably our tornado right there. We can see a tornado right there. Here's the deal. It's sometimes visible at night, and it's a lot of times not visible at night. Well, a portion of the time this has been rain wrapped. That's the assumption we still make. Part of the reason why we say don't go out and try to get video of it. Clearly, they did this after it already passed through once they've gotten it all clear. But Chelsea, it's still possible that we could see strong, long-lived tornadoes out of this same storm. It's going through a cycle. It's a little bit weaker right now on the tornado end, but still producing quite a plenty of things.
Yeah, and you can see kind of that push out there. You can see more of that curve back around, that push out. That's going to be some of those potentially damaging just wind gusts. And I say just wind gusts. That can do just as much damage sometimes as that weak tornado. We've said that several times through the overnight now, and we're still tracking that area of rotation. Looks like it has shifted slightly more north than east instead of just primarily traveling there along Highway 8, but closer towards the Parkersburg area. You can see that wrap around with that rotation as we're still tracking that a bit more broad right now, but it's still very potentially damaging storm, as this has went through a few cycles through the overnight period and has caused some damage with some of those cycles. So if you are in places, Chickasaw County, closer towards the Okolona area, go ahead and needing to be in your safe spot. I'm going to get a track on that storm as it does move through the rest of Chickasaw County and into Monroe and Lee County. Okolona 12:13. So in the next 15 minutes, it's going to be getting into your area. Pine Grove 2:13. You've seen 12. I'm so sorry. 2:20. Pine Grove area. 2:27. Nettleton. 2:34 in the Bigby area. So, and also I'm going to shift this further south if it does primarily track east and try to include Amory in that. 2:36 there in Amory. So here in the next 30-35 minutes, going to be getting into your location. So needing to make sure you are staying ahead of this storm. So you are not waiting until the last minute to get to your safe spot. Now, once again, safe spot is going to be a small windowless room wrapped up in pillows and blankets. You want to be in the interior of your home, away from windows, doors. You want to put as much padding in between you and the outside as possible. Some of those unsafe locations, that's going to be cars, trucks, mobile homes, large open rooms, upper floors, and rooms with windows. And you can also see there on the screen that shelter list. So if you need to know where your closest tornado shelter is, because this is still continuing into tomorrow, you can scan that code there, or you can go to WTVA.com. There's a list county by county of all those shelters there. Now, the National Weather Service in Memphis will be continuing a warning. I don't know if it's going to be a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning down the line from this warning that is already out there in Chickasaw County right now. So for folks in through parts of Monroe County, could be Southern Lee County, top corner there, Chickasaw County, you could be getting a notification on your phone here soon. But this is still a strong, potentially damaging storm moving through parts of Chickasaw County right now. And you can see closer towards the Van Vliet area, that looks like we are seeing that rotation there. You can see that curve back around just south of the Van Vliet area. We're closer towards 32 there. That is going to be, I'm trying to get the name of that, County Road 164, closer to that area. Now, where you can see those greens just pushing out, that could be potentially damaging wind gusts along with that storm. And kind of tracking some of those damaging wind gusts, I'm going to get that there. Moving through places Chickasaw County into Monroe County. It's going to be Okolona 213, New Wren 224, Wren area 225 with those winds that are continuing to shift east. Now I'm going to track that a little bit longer as those winds should still hold together. Bigby there 233, Wren still 227 for some of those damaging wind gusts potentially. And we have tracked damage along with this storm since earlier through the overnight period. This has went through a few different cycles of strengthening and weakening, strengthening once again. So needing to take this storm seriously, even though we do not have right now a confirmed tornado on the ground, is going through different cycles. So we will continue to see this strengthen and weaken more through the overnight period. And we're seeing, you can see that kind of funky S-shaped look and that curve back around. So we are still tracking rotation with this right now. Radar detected rotation, and looking a bit closer to where that rotation is, right? Closer to where that rotation is, Van Fleet area, we're seeing the curve back around there. You can see Highway 32 closer just west of the Okolona area. Now, Okolona is not under that tornado warning. It is just outside. You can kind of see that blinking box there, but it's just outside that box. Go ahead and be in your safe spot there. Go ahead and be in your safe spot closer towards, if you're there along 41, 245 from Okolona up towards Shannon. You want to make sure you are staying extra careful with these storms, especially since it is through the overnight period. Visibility is low for a lot of those spotters that are out there. That's one way that we kind of get a better view on some of those storms is our spotters. I'm going to try it out with our chief meteorologist, Matt Walpon.
Appreciate that, Chelsea. Doing an excellent job tracking these storms tonight. It's going to continue to be a team effort from everyone you see here at WTVA, just because of the significant length of time. Can't say that enough. We don't usually just have the same duration of tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, what we have now, but this one could potentially be trying to produce a tornado very soon. What has happened is this has gotten, it's trying to get a balance. It is going more east right now, has been the last little bit, as you heard from Chelsea. But there's a surge this direction, the damaging winds, it's kind of moving there closer to Okolona. Okolona, we need to be in that tornado safe place. I know technically, you're not in the tornado warning. You're right next to it. That's just a messaging problem here, because the reality is that you are in danger of either strong straight line winds or this to try to produce a tornado once again. So here's our tracker we put on everything possible. And define what we're looking at here for a moment. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. Is it a tornado right now? On radar, that's not something I can confirm. But what this green is this has been consistently 60, 70, in some cases maybe 80 mile per hour winds. It's been causing some issues here just south of Highway 8 when it was back there toward Houston. And now here very near Highway 32 going into Okolona right there. So I cannot confirm a tornado spotted or debris at this moment, but we are tracking an area where you can see that little spinny thing right there, that orange thing, that could potentially be developing into one right now. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Chelsea Simmons, here for a second. Let's go cam 6 for a second here so we can talk about what she wants to say. So go for it.
Real quick, we are now also streaming on 95.1 and then also Facebook. So
Okay.
if you lose connection with us here, so now we're also streaming.
Absolutely. It's an important thing to keep that in mind. Thank you, Chelsea, because internet does what internet does, and sometimes it collapses when we have a weather event. So we're streaming on both of those. If you can get KZ 103.9 or 95.1 The Farm, we are live there. You can hear my voice at those spots, and I'll try to do a better job of verbalizing what I'm looking at here. And so in particular, I'm concentrating on an area of circulation just south of Mississippi Highway 32, no more than about 5 miles west of Okolona, a developing area of circulation. I cannot at this instant officially confirm tornado debris, but in saying that, I got something showing up there, Chelsea. And I don't know if that's hail. I don't know what that is exactly. They're south of that, because that's, I mean, a very dark return as well. So whether this is some hail kind of wrapping around here, this is going to be something damaging trying to move through the southern part of Okolona.
Hail.
Go ahead.
Hail.
Hail? It's hail? Okay. So probably some wind-driven hail. Yuck. That's bad in its own right. Luckily, Chickasaw County Emergency Manager Linda Griffin reporting no damage at this instant, but we're still obviously very early with this. But giving you some new pictures of damage that we have had from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters near the Vardaman area. Some reports of damage, tree damage there over Highway 8 as it moves through the Vardaman area. Was that wind damage? Was that tornado damage? We had a tornado circulation overhead. We'll figure that out tomorrow on what it is, but obviously that impeding traffic there, and appreciate those good folks for going out and, monitoring things. Holby sending us those shots there near Highway 8 and Richard Street in the Vardaman area. In Okolona, What I'm concerned with at this moment is the developing of what could be an inflow channel. And what that is you see this little green going in there. In order for you to get a tornado, you have to have a way, the atmosphere finds a way to get clean, warm air in while at the same time wrapping back around the precipitation on what we call the rear flank downdraft. That's what we have here in the back. You typically need a green, what, maybe not perfectly green, but you need a channel to get that air in that could allow it to produce the tornado. So I see the development of an inflow channel there and the way it's kind of wrapping back around, bending more there. I do think Okolona, while you're not officially under a tornado warning at this instant, the potential that this produces wind damage from a tornado or wind damage from just the straight line winds moving in is definitely increasing. We're less than probably 10 minutes away, obviously, probably only about 5 minutes away from this causing some issues there in and around the Okolona area. So we need to make sure we are in that safest location. As we show those tornado safety rules for the 10 bazillionth time, hopefully there's something you have memorized by now. Find a sturdy structure in the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. We'll go slightly wider than this for just a moment. Pull down those tornado safety rules. Notice a lot of people on Facebook Live still asking about what about Tupelo, because we had previously tracked this that far north. I would say looking at the last 20 minutes, in particular, this has gone more east. I would say up here in Tupelo, I'm not as concerned with rotation for you, neither necessarily for Corona. Okolona, Nettleton, Smithville, maybe even Avery is still a possibility, though that has almost directly east today. Same with Smithville, Huron, Bexar, in this zone there south of Fulton, probably the more likely location, but as we've said a bunch of times, this one has had a bunch of ebbs and flows on where it has gone, north and south and back and forth. But it also has had multiple instances where it has produced damage, and so we have to assume that that could be what it is bringing to Okolona as we speak. So I'm going to go back to just for lack of a better way to put it, the straight line wind mode. And I'm going to track all along the leading edge of that straight line wind. On the north end of that, possibility that this tries to produce on the north side, possibility this tries to produce a tornado. The middle portion of this could be the straight line wind. Meter case, we're looking at 213 arrival time in Okolona. It's 209 right now. So only about 4 minutes, not even that, because we just got a new update in my position, cut that in half. Only about probably a minute and a half or so to the west side of town. We show middle of town there in Okolona at 211, current time's 209 and a half. So it's going to be there before we know it. So unfortunately, this is a storm trying to produce a tornado, is producing strong straight line winds, and definitely a very, very heavy precipitation in the form likely of some hail, maybe hail that's in excess of an inch to nearly inch and a quarter in size. It's definitely a very, very strong thunderstorm moving into Okolona at this instant here. Current time I mentioned a moment ago, now at 2:10. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons and John DeLusick monitoring your reports coming in via Facebook as well as email. Email probably the most efficient way to send in your pictures. Unfortunately, we continue to get more and more reports in from Grenada County near the Elliott community of trees knocked down and other issues going on there as well. That looks like some severe structural damage to something there. Unfortunately, looks like a house, potentially. I don't know, it was Coca-Cola sign, so it might have been some kind of gas station. Either way, some kind of fairly significant structural damage from that storm when it moved through Grenada County. And so with that in mind, that's why we are tracking this with that same tone of voice as it moves here into Chickasaw and now Monroe County. And the National Weather Service will be extending a tornado warning into the northern portion of Monroe County because of the history of damage with this storm, the rotation that it's producing, and the abundance of caution necessary when the atmosphere is as volatile as it is tonight. So you can see there some times ahead of this for spots that we are tracking. Okolona, it's over. Nettleton, we're looking at 225 for you. Big Beep by about 232. Carolina, 237. Smithville, 243. Flynn, 240. Cardsville, 245. New Salem, 248. Tilden, 250. Academy, 257. Latremont, 3 a.m. Reminder just how late it is tonight. And unfortunately, this would be what we call a high precipitation supercell. And by the way, this does include parts of Lee County as well, hence the reason, again, I'm getting another weather call here at the TV station to let me know what's coming in, and a lot of those other weather calls are going out at this time as well. To address that, we will probably start hearing some sirens in the background here at the television station. The reason for that, Lee County runs sirens for the entire county when a tornado warning is issued for even a small portion of it. It's a safety thing, so there's going to be a lot of people waking up, so we're going to have to come back this a couple of times. For those folks that are waking up, this is for the southern portion of Lee County. This does not include Tupelo, South Tiller, or Gun Creek. This is for locations in South Lee County. Now look at the wind mode here. This is just a very broad area of rotation, but not that same channel of info we're talking about. It's standing fairly well in. It just didn't quite get that around this high precipitation rotating supercell thunderstorm. But as it's moving into Okolona, likely wind-driven hail moving into Okolona as well as we speak, and that likely causing damage in its own right. We have not had the same wind returns on this recently. We're also at a slightly different angle where we're not going to be able to sample this as perfectly. So this is a wind and tornado threat moving through here Okolona. I would say Ren and Aimee. I did not have you aim in the track of this last time. Let's get you in the track. I know what that feels like. And I know that we are still obviously very sensitive in this portion of Monroe County, as we should be. This, at this moment, is more straight line wind, but this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes, and potentially at least one strong tornado when it's back in Grenada County, and then sporadic wind damage through sections of Calhoun County. And so with that history of damage, out of abundance of caution, if you're in one of these spots where you are in this tornado warning, you need to be getting to that tornado safe place, a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Now, as we have more people likely coming online with those tornado sirens going off, let's address this again. I'm going to probably address this at least one more time in the next couple of minutes here. We have some folks waking up here in Tupelo, South Philly, Gun. Tornado threat, if this were to produce a tornado, is down here closer to Okolona, probably south of Shannon proper, more toward Nettleton. That is the zone where this is more likely. Perhaps Amory or Smithville. If this were to pull far enough north, maybe Fulton. But Tupelo, Tiller, Baldwin, Guntown, if you're hearing those tornado sirens, you can hear them in my microphone there. I am not concerned about a tornado risk from this storm. Now, there are other thunderstorms out there. We'll have to watch this one back in Pontotoc County. But the thing is that this has been our long-lived, very well advertised in all our projections, storm that we expected to see, that has formed, that has held together, and is producing that potential for tornadoes. So if you're up here in Tupelo, it's going to be really hard to go back to sleep with those sirens going on. But those people are doing what they're supposed to do by running those. So just a heads up that the main risk is down south, over top of Okolona. As we look toward the debris mode here, I'm just going to kind of try to poke and prod this a little bit more. Here, Okolona. We're looking at the wind. So you can see the wind wrapping all the way back in here. There's a number of spots there along this kind of big arcing area of wind. There's a rear flank downdraft winds coming out of the thunderstorm there. Right there's an interaction point. Let's see if that's our scan all the way up to date. If that's not a tornado, that will be a tornado. Between 245 and 45 north of Okolona, south of Pine Grove, right there. Otis Road there. Carmigo Drive, Carmigo, either way, drive there. Doesn't matter. Nettleton, right there. Doesn't matter what that is, and I apologize I didn't pronounce it correct. But Nettleton, Pine Grove, Shannon. Let's take a look. See our angle. I don't know. That might be going there for some similar spots there between Shannon and Nettleton once again at this angle. I wouldn't trust the angle this is coming up with. I do expect that to shift. Our area of circulation here developing, and if it's not a tornado, could become one. Look at debris, look at everything else there. That's our spot, kind of the leading edge where this is trying to produce something. So let's go ahead and track that forward using our track that puts on basically everything we can come up with there. We get that Pine Grove community there near the Lee Monroe County line. We show Poplar Springs Methodist Church at 2:18. Current time is 2:16. Not very long, right? Pine Grove there. Again, this is Pine Grove, South Lee County, North Monroe County.
2:20. Dottie's Church, Dottie's Chapel at 2:23. Brewer 2:26.
Brewer Methodist Church also at 2:26. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially be a storm trying to produce a tornado. It's in about the right spot where this could happen, where we get the winds at just the wrong angle. So we will know here in the next probably 30 seconds to a minute whether or not this has produced a tornado. So if you live in these spots I've mentioned, Shannon, Nettleton, Leotis, mentioned Pine Grove there in South Lee County, we need to be in our tornado safe place, the middle of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Let's circle again where we expect on the next scan to see our rotation show up. Somewhere right in there, almost at Highway 45. There's our latest scan, similar locations to what we were looking at just a moment ago there, where the winds are wrapping back around this. So this is a Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially be a tornado in the development phases here. As I kind of poke and prod this, look at different ways, look for debris. Not something I can necessarily confirm at this point here, but certainly watching this very closely that it could potentially take that next step, and that circulation about to cross US 45 pretty much now. And honestly, this is a miss on my part. The reality is all along that stretch of 25 where we go over to Okolona, up there to practically Shannon. This has been a line of probably 60 to 70 mile per hour. It's hitting that from the side. That's the most normal way. So let's not make that same mistake over here on 278 US 45. It's going to be coming through there within the next few minutes. And so whether this produces a tornado or not, this is a damaging section of this line. So I'm going to track that whole section at about 45 miles per hour. And not showing anything coming up on that there until it gets Bigby at 233. So instead, let's go ahead and pull out our arrow and give some times there. So we're probably talking about 3 minutes to 4 minutes before it crosses 45. It's just gone across 45 alternate. About 4 minutes before it crosses 45. It's important because it's going to hit this at an angle that high-profile vehicles such as semi-trucks, if it hits it from the side, that's how those sometimes get knocked off the road, because it's just hitting their broadside. They're designed to go down the road straight at 70 miles per hour. They're not designed to take 70 on the side. And that's what this is, unfortunately. We do have some storm chasers that are down in position to get more information on this. Still looking at some of their reports coming in. Luckily, no confirmation at this instant. But any confirmations, we say over and over again, happens after the fact. It is not predictive in nature. Go ahead. Let's bring in our meteorologist, Chelsea Simmons. Let's go to Cam 1 for her to talk to her for a moment. Chelsea?
We have more advantage.
Okay. I'll pull them up. I'll pull them up here. So go for you. Talk over it. So what we got here? Make that. Go ahead and hit the full screen button on that. So that looks like a definitely a more well lit shot of. So overturned cars, always a sign of a very strong circulation, unfortunately. So our thoughts and prayers with those folks there in the Elliott community of Grenada County. That's definitely a scary situation. We have a little bit of a cell merger coming around here. I point that out because sometimes these can be a bad thing. See, as you notice how you have these individual kind of ripples kind of coming in here, you can see them just like hitting over and over again. There's one right now that's about to disrupt. There's a little bit of a gap. And sometimes in those gaps, there can be wrong kind of winds coming into this that enhance the tornado potential some. So we're going to have to watch that. I'm also going to come back here to this storm south of Pontotoc, and we're going to put a storm track on this one. I'm not particularly convinced on what we're seeing on this, but I do want to just get a storm track here. Again, no tornado warnings, anything like that, but I just want to make sure that we have a track on this, that we're talking about this. A storm that is strengthening a bit. It's largely cut off from the most unstable air out here in front, but with as volatile as the winds are in the atmosphere tonight, rather take our
precautions on this one and just say, hey, first, we're looking at 242 for you. Current time is 221. I'm going with 227. This one could be to Tupelo area, 255. Saltillo 3 o'clock or so. Norville about 3:05. Manhatchee 314 if that can hold together. Is it anything now? No. Could it become something? Maybe. We're watching that potential. Let's look here again. That cell merger occurring where this storm's going to wrapping this storm in here. It's messing up the inflow coming in, and hopefully that diminishes tornado potential at least a little bit for a couple of minutes here. But either way, I think there's still, I mean, there's a couple spots even back here toward County Road 136 where there's some broad rotation. Don't show anything super tight along the leading edge there. And that spot where we had it the most pronounced a few minutes ago does not look quite as pronounced now. Thankfully. I mean, still could be some damaging winds. There Camargo, okay. Monroe County, help me out here. Camargo. Camargo? Camargo Road. I think we'll go with there. Camargo Road. Either way, southwest of Nettleton. Going to be in Nettleton within about 2 minutes. Strong straight line winds near Central Grove Road as well. It's the northern part of Monroe County. Let's widen this for a moment, get Amory into this. I know you don't want to be in this, but let's get you showing up on here. And I do think that the worst of that wind probably stays a little north of you as well. There are some times this moves toward Nettleton at 229, Bigby 237, Carolina at 241. Doppler radar indicated rotation, where this could potentially be damaging winds and perhaps part of a thunderstorm that tries to produce a tornado. Current time is 2:23 a.m. Chelsea, I'm going to trade places with you for a moment so I can get a little bit of water, but near Nettleton, as this is coming in, strong straight line winds, still do see an inflow channel there, so I don't think the tornado fight is off the table. That's why that tornado one is effect.
Yeah, and that tornado warning is in effect until 3 o'clock. So we have another 35 minutes or so with this warning ongoing. Now, this warning is continuing to push closer towards the Monroe-Lee County line, kind of closer towards the Nettleton area is where we are still tracking that area of rotation, where we've been tracking the area of rotation. But also, that kind of leading edge of those storms is pushing out. You can see 278 there. South of Nettleton, 45 closer towards Wren, and then 41, 278 as it goes to Amory. But that's where we have some of those strong, potentially damaging wind gusts pushing through right now. But looking right now at that rotation, I mean, we can still see a bit more of that broad area. We can see curve back around south of Shannon, but moving closer towards the Nettleton area here in the next few minutes. You can see they're 278, pushing towards 45. They're traveling along the highway as that pushes across and into Nettleton. I'm going to get a track on these storms as they do move through those counties and then eventually into Itawamba County. So that area of rotation moving through Monroe, Lee, Itawamba County here in the next few minutes. Carolina community there at 238. Cardsville 246, Tilden area 251, Fatimie 258, Fremont 3 o'clock. So that's on that far edge of that tornado warned storm. And then I'm going to take a track of the leading edge of some potentially damaging wind gusts. And that's going to be the wind gust. Carolina community 238, Flynn 243, Smithville area 245, 248 through Salem. Huron there at 251 as this system continues to push really northern parts of Monroe County, mainly north of Amory, north of the New Wren area, but moving into the corner of Lee County, and then moving into southern parts of Itawamba County. You can hear a lot of lightning, thunder with this storm coming down over our studio right now through Tupelo, but Tupelo right now is north of that tornado warning box. Parts of Lee County are under that box, and that's why maybe you've heard some sirens for this fire awake, tuning in right now. But where we are tracking, the area that we're more concerned about is closer to the Nettleton area. So right on that Monroe-Lee County line, and then really you can see that area of rotation right along that Monroe-Lee County line as well, closer towards Nettleton. See it past the Pine Grove area, east of Pine Grove area. You can see Old Highway 45 there on the map. Nettleton getting closer towards Metz Road. Really moving down Metz Road is where we will have some of those very windy conditions. That's that new scan just updated. They're along 6 right now from Nettleton towards Amory. You're going to be seeing very windy conditions. More broad area of rotation right now, and that's still why we have that tornado warning on this storm right now. Is because this storm has caused damage. We have had confirmed tornadoes with this same cell that we are tracking. Now it has went through a lot of evolutions. It's weakened, it's strengthened, it's weakened again. Right now we have that broad area of rotation, but another track on kind of that leading edge of the storms is going to push into parts of Monroe and then Itawamba County with some very windy conditions that potentially could cause some damage. Now that's going to include Carolina 238, Smithville area 244, New Salem area 248, 250 there, Turon. And I want to kind of get a little bit of a longer track to include some more places down through Itawamba County. We include Academy there at 258. Decks are over towards Alabama at 307. That's just past and outside of that tornado storm. But with this storm, even though there is not a tornado on the ground at the moment, still go ahead and be in your safe spots if you are in this tornado box. Now, the area of rotation that we're still tracking is fairly broad, but you want to be in a small windowless room wrapped up in pillows, blankets, a helmet, if you have that, a sturdy structure. Now, some of those unsafe places, that is going to be cars, trucks, mobile homes. We've seen some of those damaged pictures and videos come in from some of our western counties. A lot of cars toppled over, some structural damage. So that's why you need to be in the safest location that's possible for you. Large open rooms are not safe. Upper floors, rooms with windows, also not safe locations. Now, these storms continuing to push through overnight tonight, but we also have more storms tomorrow that you'll need to be aware of. That list of storm shelters right there, and also on our website. It's there. Hold on.
Hello, again, one moment here.
I still can't hear you.
Okay, yeah, check. Check, remember?
I cannot.
Mike speak.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. I was watching down for some spots there in, I had some severe thunderstorms down here in the southeast corner of the area down from Louisville. Down on Louisville, and Macon and Columbus area. These storms start to show you that there's a rotation here from proper. I think we're still at the point where we're before we're looking at actually reduce on the data. But it's kind of an idea on how long it will take this to double check the speed. Back up and go. That's why they contact it. But this is what I say, getting the little one to sell some practice. Now, it's back on the really good. So I think it's going to work with these for me. That person is about to get more stuff. We should have taken the other book that we put this in the front stuff. We have us to make the rest of the resources. So we don't be better yet. You can see it right out. You know, Chelsea or other countries have to
Yeah, and we're still tracking that storm kind of in that corner. We at Wamba and Monroe County right there is where you can go back around. That area of rotation that we're still continuing to track. Right now, this is just radar rotation with this. That's radar confirmed rotation. That's why we have that tornado warning right now. If you've been watching for the past several hours, you've seen some tags earlier that says large, confirmed, considerable damage. Right now, it just has that tornado warning tag up there. It extends until 3 o'clock. So over the next 30 minutes, this can continue to push through parts of that corner of Lee, mostly southern Itawamba County, northern Monroe County, also included in that. Now, looking at the rotation, once again, I mean, you can see that big curve back around is trying to create some more of that rotation. I do want to track kind of that leading edge of the very windy conditions that will push into Carolina, Smithville, New Salem there, but tracking that area of wind as it moves through Monroe, Itawamba County. Sometimes on that, that's going to be Carolina, 239, 241 Flynn, Smithville, 244. Kind of extending that a bit more north. That's going to include Barnesville, 247, Terrebonne, 251, Academy, they're around 259, and this warning extends until 3 o'clock. So that pushes it all the way through that warning box there as we're tracking this storm. Now, you want to make sure you are still in a safe location, a small windowless room wrapped up in pillows and blankets, a helmet if you do have that. You want to take extra precaution because with this storm, we've seen it go through many phases. It'll weaken, it'll strengthen back, it'll weaken again, and it has caused damage. We have had confirmed tornadoes out of this same cell. So you want to take as much precaution as possible if you are out ahead of this storm. Some unsafe locations. We've talked about this a lot through the overnight, but you do not want to be outside in this. Cars, trucks, mobile homes, also unsafe. Large open rooms, upper floors, rooms with windows, unsafe locations. There's another look at that QR code of that shelter list. You can also find that on our website, WTVA.com. That's county by county. And some counties have added new ones. So you can go ahead and look at that for any updated information on those. But also, this system that's going to be pushing through could cause severe weather tomorrow as well, especially for the afternoon time frame. So it's not just these storms that are pushing through tonight. You'll need to know where your shelter is for tomorrow as well. Looking back at this storm, it looks like kind of that rotation is going to be through southern parts of Lee County, kind of pushing into Itawamba County right now, but some very windy conditions going to be shifting through North Monroe County just past 6, 371, you can see there. Very windy conditions going to be moving across that area. Van Buren, Carolina Road, seeing very windy conditions soon. Out ahead of that, Evergreen, though, you need to be in your safe spot. Cardsville, Tremont, a little bit on down the line, need to be steps away from that safe location there in Tremont. Now, kind of zooming back out and looking at some more of those storms, that rain, you might have heard it taper off through Tupelo. It does look like we have some more rain back towards Pontotoc County. That could shift back in for some. That rain, those storms through Pontotoc County, moving back into Lee County. We do not have any type of severe warning along with that, but you might hear that lightning, that thunder, that heavier rain once again. But we are still tracking out is a tornado warned storm moving through parts of Lee, Itawamba, North Monroe County. Now, this is radar indicated rotation with this. You can see that tag just tornado warning. We've seen some tags earlier through the overnight. Large tornado, considerable damage. We don't have that tag right now. Now, the reason this is still a tornado warning is because this storm has been through many cycles over the past several hours. So this could strengthen back into a significant storm as it is moving across right now, soon to be moving out of Lee County, kind of where that area of rotation is, and then into southern parts of Itawamba County. You can see more of that rotation. It has broadened out, so it is not as tight of that rotation as we have seen with this same cell a few hours ago when it was causing some damage back towards Grenada County. Now we're looking at still very windy conditions, really right along 371 right now. Carolina community, very windy conditions, soon to be hitting you soon, potentially damaging wind gust. And sometimes those potentially damaging wind gusts can do just as much damage as a weak tornado. So needing to take all of these storms over the next 18 hours or so, very serious. If you do fall under a tornado warning, you need to make sure you are staying in your safe spot. Now I want to take another track at though that kind of that leading edge of storms as that continues to track across Monroe County and then also Itawamba County. New Salem, Smithville included in these. I'm also going to try to include Bexar in that. Flynn area 242, closer towards Smithville there 246, New Salem 250, 252 Turon, Bexar there around 309 as that shifts out towards Alabama. Now, some of these breezy conditions, it looks like it is mainly north of Amory. Amory should just be getting even maybe a little bit of that rainfall, but you may be hearing a lot of thunder, lightning with that. But that storm primarily north of Amory, shifting into southern parts of Itawamba County right now. And that's going to continue to move closer towards 25 there, Highway 23, southern parts of Itawamba County. Right now, moving right along 371 as that broad area of rotation that we are tracking. Yes, Matt.
Chelsea,
Yes.
that looks a lot more rough. I looked down, looked back up a second, and that's fierce. Hmm. Well, so if this is going to produce a strong tornado again, it's definitely thinking about it, I think, right now. When you get such a clean, we talked a little bit ago, about how we had kind of a cell merger going on back when this, look at this side figured out. Back when this down back toward Nettleton, what's got that figured out has another little cell that's over top of the Smithville area right there. But it's also got a fairly clean inflow right in the middle of that. Man, it's possible that this tries to produce a tornado in the next couple of minutes here. Once again, the low level winds. On this, I'm not as convinced on that, but clearly on the precipitation mode, there's an area wrapping in here where this is really strengthening. So, I mean, I would be looking at 371 near Carolina between that and Evergreen, and tracking that very similar to where that Shannon tornado that went through Itawamba County then went a couple weeks ago. I guess that been last month. Cardsville, 247 for you. Beans Ferry, 251. Tilden, 252. Van Buren, 248. Academy, 259. And Tremont, 301. An area of circulation strongly increasing. Certainly the radar presentation, Chelsea, looks pretty rough.
Yeah, and that's really right along 371 right there between Evergreen and the Carolina area. New Chapel Road, that area of rotation kind of right on top of you right now. And that's going to be moving closer towards the Van Buren Carolina Road here in the next few minutes. Sometimes Cardsville 246, Beans Ferry 249, Tilden 251, 3 o'clock there at Tremont, and that's on the far edge of that tornado warned storm. This is radar indicated, but that rotation right there that we are still tracking has been through a lot of kind of ups and downs in its storm life cycle. So it is continuing to kind of tighten with that rotation. So anybody that is ahead of this storm right now through parts of Itawamba County needing to be in your safe spot. And that is going to be a sturdy structure, windowless room wrapped up in pillows and blankets, helmet if you have that, but also some of those unsafe locations, cars, trucks, manufactured homes, large open rooms, upper floors, rooms with any windows. So if you do live in maybe an apartment building with a couple floors, you want to be on the lowest level of that structure. Also rooms without any windows. You want to be as far away from any exterior walls, windows as possible. You want to put as much between you and the outside as you can. You can kind of see a little bit more of that rotation there. Clear this off. And then kind of zoom closer to that rotation as it does look just past 371, just north of the Carolina community, south of Evergreen. You can see that rotation starting to move back in right there. Now, that's going to continue to track now into southern parts of Itawamba County. It is out of Lee County right now, moving north of that Monroe County line. So primarily just in southern parts of Itawamba County, where we are tracking the strongest part of that storm as of 2:40 this morning. So if you know anybody that is out ahead of this storm, I'm going to get another track on that rotation. Take a picture of that. I'm going to get a little bit of a longer track out towards some more of our folks out towards Alabama. Bexar 308, Scottsville 312, Hodges 330, and then Hackleburg 336. If you want to take a picture of this, if you know anybody that is out towards Alabama, send that to them. Call and wake them up, because this is overnight. Many folks probably sleeping, and some folks that are out towards that Alabama side, not under that tornado warning right now. So they might have not woken up yet to look at these storms. So you want to give them enough time to get to that safe location. So then call, wake them up. You can take that picture of there. That's that area of rotation that we are tracking through southern parts of Itawamba County right now with that storm. that has produced tornadoes, touchdowns, and considerable damage across even parts of our area. Now, that's going to be moving closer to, get this off. That's going to be moving just right now west of Van Buren, Carolina Road, Van Buren Road, Cardsville, needing to be in your safe location right now. Powell Road is really right on top of where we have that area of rotation right now. That's just going to be noise on the radar, correct, Matt?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, because we're so close to it.
and honestly, I might stick with the tape. I mean, it just says stuff, shows stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it on that. I mean, all the way back around.
You don't have to give me the ball. That one out. Like a giant punch. Like hard throw. Okay? I'm good at handling it. Wind driven hail, and it's trying to wrap around.
Yeah, there's a little bit more of that hail. Look at that south of Carolina. You can see old Highway 6 there, 371. It's kind of pushing towards southern parts of Itawamba County. Smithville could see a little bit of that smaller hail with that, but primarily southern parts of Itawamba County with that hail threat that we're tracking right there. But that area of rotation, I mean, you can see that just on the radar mode right there. That curve all the way back around. That's what we're going to continue to track as this storm is trying to strengthen, trying to produce another significant storm once again. So you can see that just north of the Carolina area, closer towards Cardsville, you need to be in your safe spot already. You need to be in a small windowless room, wrapped up in pillows, blankets. We've said this so many times already, but folks really needing to take these storms over the next day very serious because they have a lot of that fuel still around even into tomorrow with those storms. They'll have a lot of that fuel to kind of help push them to that strong, significant level. Now, this is going to continue to track closer towards the Cardsville area. You can see Van Buren Road there. 25, you can see Highway 25 there from Smithville back up towards Fulton. Go ahead and be in your safe spot. You already need to be there if you are there along 25, if you live along 25, and even back out to the east of some of those locations, closer towards 23, Turon, Academy, and needing to be in your safe spot. I think primarily that is going to stay north of the Turon area though. But tracking that area of rotation as it moves closer to Tremont, 303, Bexar 311, Tilden area 254, Van Buren 250. So that's within the next 5 to 6 minutes. That storm is going to be moving into your area as this storm is continuing to try to strengthen and tighten that area of rotation that we are tracking. Now, with this storm, we've seen this produce damaging winds and tornadoes along with that. So that's why we're continuing to stay on top of this storm as it moves across southern parts of Itawamba County right now. Now I'm quickly going to take a wider look at some of those thunderstorms that are down to our south. Right now they have dropped that severe thunderstorm warning that did have rotation detected, but a severe thunderstorm pushing through Columbus right now could see very breezy conditions and some hail along with that. But the more significant storm right now, that tornado warning storm at 2:45 for your morning, is moving through southern parts of Itawamba County, primarily, mainly north of the Monroe County line. Some strong rainfall moving through Nettleton right now, through Smithville. Could see some hail along with that on the south side of that storm. But overall, it's that area of rotation. You can see that even just on that precipitation that Cardsville back through just north of the Carolina area, curved back around. That's what we're tracking. That area that has tightened up with that rotation, and actually looking at the rotation, the storm rotation, you can even see that curve back around in that as well. So that's trying to tighten, that's trying to produce another storm. So needing to be in that safe spot. Now I'm going to give another track right in front of that Cardsville Academy, Tremont. I'm going to try to get that in there. Tilden area 249, Academy 256, 258 there in Tremont, 305, Bexar 309 there in Scottsville. That's over towards Alabama. That is outside some of those locations of that tornado warning. Now they just, National Weather Service in Huntsville, Birmingham, one of those. National Weather Service out towards Alabama did extend that tornado warning into places in Alabama. Now, Bexar, Scottsville, Hackleburg also included under a tornado warning from this storm that we are tracking back through parts of Itawamba County right now. So now those folks may be waking up to some of those sirens, not really hearing much of anything other than maybe some wind right now, but we are still tracking a strong storm that is continuing to try and produce tornado after tornado this morning. So needing to take these storms seriously. Southern parts of Itawamba County right now across the area. Southern parts of Itawamba County right now seeing that rotation between Cardsville, Beans Ferry. That's where we're tracking that area. Even we didn't see it kind of rotating back around. Van Buren Road, kind of right under that rotation right now. White Springs Road, Lawrence Crossing Road, Clay Tilden Road, out ahead of that, and you need to make sure you are in your safe spot already. Tremont Academy need to be in your safe spot as well, and then on down the line, Bexar, Scottsville, they're along 22. You need to be in your safe location as well. 22, you do not need to be driving on right now. Some heavier rainfall, even there along 22 close to Fulton, but along 22 from Tremont, Bexar, you do not need to be traveling on. If you know somebody that maybe, go ahead and give them a call, give them a heads up. As you are looking at this morning, 2:48, early in the morning, maybe waking up to this tornado warning, we are seeing still that area of rotation. And we're looking at that area of rotation still on typical rotation map. You can see from New Salem, Bardsville, that kind of finger of rotation pushed back Van Buren Road, White Springs Road. That's where we're continuing to track that. And that's going to move primarily east, northeast with that slight direction there. Yeah, that rain picking up for Tupelo right now. Zoom out. Right now, just that rainfall back to Tupelo. So you may wake up to that, but we're not tracking any severe warnings with that rainfall that's pushing through Tupelo area right now. Our strongest storm, the storm that has continued to produce storm after storm after storm this morning, has been this stuff. And that's why we're still staying on top of that. And you can see parts of Franklin County, Alabama, now included under that tornado warning. So it's going to include places there along 19, Highway 23 out towards Alabama, not including Red Bay. Red Bay is just off to the north of this, but we are going to continue to track this storm as it is pushing through southern North. And now looking back at that storm, we're continuing to track that Cardsville, Beans Ferry, Cardsville, Beans Ferry, and it does look like it is tightening a little bit more. You can kind of see it curve almost all the way back around, right over top of the Cardsville area. That is just south of 22, Beans Ferry area, 25 from Fulton down towards New Salem area. That rotation is right there at you. So needing to make sure you are staying in your safe place. You're not in the clear just yet. That's going to continue to push closer towards Clay Tilden Road, Orange Crossing Road, Tremont Academy. That's continuing to wrap up closer towards your location. It also does have a little bit more of that hail along with that. Not as large of hail as we have tracked earlier this morning, but still some maybe significant hail with that. But we are going to continue to track that rotation that is still continuing to tighten up there on that newest scan. I mean, you can just see that rotation on that. Looking at the storm rotation technical map, I mean, that area of rotation from Tilden, Cardsville, New Salem, you can just see it wrapping back around there, right over top of White Springs Road, Tilden area, needing to go ahead and be in that safe spot. I'm going to zoom out and get a little bit more of the track on this storm as it's continuing to move north and east into parts of Alabama. Tremont there at 3:30, 3:12, Bounce Crossing, Old Burleson 3:28, Piney Bend 3:34 on down the line, and then closer towards Bell Green there 3:44 as that continues to move out towards Alabama. Right now, we have a tornado warning It is 2:51. I'm meteorologist Chelsea Simmons alongside our meteorologist John DeLucic. We are tracking this storm. We've been tracking this storm since it was south and west of our area over really past Grenada County. Now, this storm has went through many cycles in its storm life, and it has created large tornadoes and considerable damage. We've looked at some of those damage pictures earlier, and we've seen cars toppled over from this. So that's why we're continuing to stay on top of this storm. Right now, a little bit more of that rotation closer towards the Beans Ferry area, Tilden area, there along 25 is where we are tracking that rotation that we're still seeing. Now that's also going to be moving, that's also going to be moving closer towards the 22 area. Tremont, you need to be in your safe spot, still under that tornado warning right now. Academy right now, go ahead and be in that safe spot just to have that extra precaution. Now, as we look towards that Alabama side, there along Scottsville, Bexar, I would have to take more of that straight east flow to get towards Bexar. So it should stay just north of the Bexar area. Scottsville, need to be in your safe spot, as well as up towards parts of Franklin County, Alabama, now under that tornado warning. We are continuing to track this tornado warning right now. Nothing confirmed. It is just radar indicated, and that's why we are still tracking this storm. We have had reports of damage. We have had storm spotters actually see tornadoes, especially back when it was closer towards Grenada County and causing more of that damage. Now, rotation detected with radar. This still could happen very soon, as this storm has went through many cycles. And that's why we're still needing to stay aware and in your safe spot if you are in places Tremont, back over towards Academy, Scottsville, Bexar, staying ahead of this storm and needing to be in that safe location. Now, some unsafe location, that is going to be cars, trucks, mobile homes, large open rooms, upper floors, rooms with windows. You can scan that QR code there. It should take you to a list of storm shelters. There's also a list on our website, WTVA.com, county by county, and some of those have updated as we've gotten those updated yesterday and the past couple of days preparing for this severe weather. Now, you want to find a sturdy structure on the middle of your home, lowest floor, if you do not have an actual storm shelter that you're going to. You want to wrap up in pillows, blankets, a helmet if you have one to protect you from any type of flying debris with these storms. Find a small windowless room. So a bathroom, a good option. A small closet, maybe a good option. Under the stairs if you have that. And stay there until given the all clear. Now, for places, northern Monroe County earlier, you were included under that tornado warning. That has been tagged out. So now just Itawamba County and then out towards Alabama under tornado warnings for our area. Clear this off. Take a wider look at some of those storms because we're still tracking some heavier rain, severe thunderstorm warnings down towards places in Columbus. Closer towards Columbus, you can see forest there on the map with a lot of that heavier rain. There along 12, you can see some heavier rainfall. You look and see if there's any hail within this storm. Some small hail, mainly just wind potential with this storm as it's continuing to track through parts of Lowndes County, and then also seeing some rainfall pushed closer towards Macon, Louisville, but that rain to the south of there, we're not really seeing much of a severe weather impact with that just quite yet. Now, our main storm that we are continuing to track is going to be moving through parts of Itawamba County right now, that tornado warning that we've been talking about the past several hours. Now, this storm, once again, it has moved from places closer towards Greenwood, Grenada. It's pushed through Calhoun County and now into Itawamba County, and it still has that area of rotation there south of Fulton, just west of the Tremont area. So Tremont, needing to be in your safe spot. You can see that rotation kind of right along 22 there, because that is going to continue to track slightly north and east. So Scottsville, Bounds Crossing, maybe needing to be in your safe spot as that continues to track north. They're along 23. Anybody that lives there from Tremont north along 23 up towards Bounds Crossing, needing to go ahead and be in your safe spot. looking at storm rotation, does look a bit more messy than it did. It's not as visible as what it was earlier with that storm rotation. So hopefully it is starting to weaken once again. But I mean, looking at just the precipitation mode, we're still seeing that curve back around. So still looking at some rotation with this storm as it's going to continue to kind of push around the area. Now I'm going to look back at storm rotation once again and just make sure there's not anything that I am missing. Tremont, go ahead and be in your safe spot. Bounce Crossing, be in your safe spot. Even though we don't have anything confirmed right now or anything on the ground right now, needing to take that extra precaution as we do head through the overnight, because through the overnight and with a lot of rainfall, that does lead to less visibility. And one way that we are able to confirm these tornadoes is spotter viewing them or any kind of debris signature. And we do not have any debris signature right now that lines up with our rotation. You can see some blues there over Tremont, but zooming out, that's just some noise from our radar site in parts of Monroe County. So still looking at some area of rotation there along 22 through Itawamba County, just west of the Tremont area. Closer towards there 171, also needing to be in your safe spot from Tremont over towards the Clay area. Needing to be in your safe spot, and then also on that Alabama side, parts of Marion County, Franklin County, yes, under a tornado warning. That extends until 3:45 for your morning in parts of Franklin County, Alabama. I'm trying to get that Marion County, 3:45 for parts of Marion County as well. Now that does not include Red Bay under that tornado warning, but it does include places just south of there. You can see Hodges, Hackleburg, both included under a tornado warning for this storm that's going to continue to track out towards the Alabama area, still just to the north and west of the Tremont area. Bounce Crossing, go ahead and be in that safe location because it is tracking more northeast as that moves through eastern parts of Itawamba County. Now, Itawamba County, the only Mississippi county on the Mississippi side under a tornado warning right now. Kind of zooming out, make sure we're not missing anything as some of those storms are to our south, still to that severe thunderstorm level. But the only tornado warnings that we are tracking is along with this storm right here, moving through Itawamba County and then out towards Alabama. Now I want to look back at some of the storm rotation. Right now, closer towards Tremont is where we can see that on that precipitation mode, that kind of curve back. Now, looking at storm rotation, there's still a little bit of rotation. It's much more broad. It's not quite as tight of rotation as what we were tracking earlier. So we're going to continue to track that. Tremont needing to be still in that safe spot. This has not completely patched you just yet. Closer towards the Blue Ridge Road area, Bounce Crossing, 23 from Tremont back up towards Bounce Crossing, needing still to be in that safe location, as this is going to track back up to the north and northeast. So I'm going to zoom out and get another track on some times for you as this moves into Alabama. That area of rotation that we're tracking, Bounce Crossing 308. So in the next 8 minutes, that's going to be in your area. Burnout 329, Dempsey 336, Belgreen area 341, Rockwood 346, and then Isabel 348 as that moves out towards Alabama right now. Now we are tracking a tornado warned storm right now, just radar indicated rotation as we go right now at 3 o'clock, top of the hour. Meteorologist Chelsea Simmons with meteorologist John DeLusick, and we are tracking what is still a tornado warned storm through parts of Itawamba County. Yes.
I just want to mention that as you've been talking about that storm in the Tremont area, it has considerably weakened.
Yeah.
At one time or another, that storm was a very, very powerful storm that was producing big time tornado, and it kind of the two.
If we can take cam one, please.
As time of transition, it basically ended up, losing a lot of the punch to that storm, but that storm, as Chelsea's been saying, that storm is still hanging on and holding on. But, starting to also, I'm just trying to see your opinion, you see the stuff in southern Lee County. That's starting to intensify. Looking at the hail, it's starting to get a little bit more intense. Maybe there's a little transition trying to go on there too. We maybe need to watch out for that. Eventually gets to make things move.
Yeah, it has picked up some on the hail.
Yeah.
And I mean, that hail can do some damage as well. So
Sure.
still needing to think about the hail potential with some of these storms that we're thinking about. And also up towards Benton County, we're not seeing any warning along that storm, which is outside of our area. But as I switch back to radar mode, there's also some hail potential with that storm as well. Let me zoom out. And that's going to be the one back up from Holly Springs, moving into Tippah County right now in the Walnut area. Walnut seeing a little bit of that heavier rain. Faulkner, Ripley will see that heavier rain soon. Looking at that, some hail Ashland up towards Brody, but not seeing any kind of rotation along with that, and we don't have a severe thunderstorm along with that as well. So that wind potential isn't as great. It's still breezy out there for some of those individual cells, but we're not looking as severe for that area. Now that rotation is still weakening closer towards the Tremont area, but still needing to be in that safe spot as this storm pushes through. It is north of Tremont, just west of 23, just south of Bounds Crossing. So Bounds Crossing still take that extra precaution, be in that safe location. It looks like we have had some more reports. Our people behind the scenes checking on those for us. But a report from Chickasaw County EMA Director Linda Griffith: trees down on the road, no structure damage reported so far. Her crew is out looking. Thankfully, no structure damage. And then Craig Ford just sent something from Grenada County Sheriff's Office. Grenada City Auditorium is open for shelter that anybody has been displaced by the weather event that just occurred. We are still working in Elliott and Gorse Springs. So that's what some of that damage that we were looking at earlier through the overnight, that the same system has caused damage through parts of Grenada County. And looking at some of those pictures and videos, it does look like some of that could be some significant damage. So we'll keep those folks there in mind, especially through the overnight, as this system, while some places may see calmer weather overnight, we have more storms tomorrow expected. And looking really back out to our west right now, not much, but off to our south, we're still looking at a few severe thunderstorms. That severe thunderstorm warning in Columbus goes until 3:30. That's probably because of that hail potential. And then some breezy conditions along with that. Earlier, there was a little bit of small hail there closer towards the Lowndes County area. It doesn't look like there's quite so much of that right now through Columbus and also out towards parts of Pickens, Lamar County, Alabama. Breezy conditions, though, still could be expected with this storm as it moves from Pickens, Lamar County, Alabama. Now, with moving back up to the tornado warning, the tornado warned storm still moving far eastern parts of Itawamba County, south of Bounds Crossing, and then it's going to be shifting over towards places in Alabama, Scottsville. And then along 19, Hodges, you're still out ahead of this storm. And even though it does look like it has weakened some since about 20 minutes ago, still needing to make sure you are in that safe location if you are under a tornado warning. And some of those safe locations, you want to be in a sturdy structure in the middle of your home, in the lowest floor if you have multiple levels. Find a small windowless room. So a bathroom is a good option for many folks. A closet, maybe a small hallway. Wrap up in pillows and blankets and put a helmet on to protect yourself. You want to make sure you are staying safe from any potentially flying debris with these storms. And stay put until given the all clear. Some of those unsafe locations, that is going to be bars, trucks, mobile homes, unsafe, large open rooms, unsafe, upper floors, rooms with windows, also unsafe. And there's that QR code for our storm shelters there. That list has been updated in the past day and a half, some new ones added to our list. So this is going to be a useful tool for folks that need to be thinking about tomorrow's round of severe weather. But we're also still looking at tonight's round of severe weather. It's going to be continuing to track through parts of Alabama with that tornado warning here in the next few moments. That'll cross over into Alabama. Still a little bit of that rotation trying to form there, but it has weakened. And looking at that rotation map, it does not look as near significant as what we were tracking even 20 minutes ago. But still needing to make sure you are staying extra careful, especially if you know anybody or you are somebody on that Alabama side of that state line. So Scottsville back up towards Hodges. Bexar is going to primarily stay north of your area, maybe getting some hail along with that storm, but the rotating area that we've been tracking primarily up to the north of the Bexar area. Now, Highway 23 over towards Alabama, you can see Hodges, and you can see close to 19. Also needing to make sure you are staying in your safe place. 172 there for Hodges, back up towards Vina, needing to be in your safe location as well. Just making sure you are staying in that safe spot until given that all clear, because even though this storm is weakening right now or has weakened, it could strengthen back and still potentially cause damaging wind gusts and damaging rotation. So as this moves right now right over that Mississippi-Alabama state line there from Itawamba County through Marion, Franklin County, kind of in that corner there, that's going to move just north of the Scottsville area. But Scottsville, go ahead and stay in that safe spot until it gets past you, just to make sure you are staying extra careful. Still want to take another bit of a wider look at some of those storms off to our south. Right now, still some heavier rain through Lamar County, Alabama. Looking at some hail potential, not a lot of hail with that storm. Now, we are still tracking some hail through our Itawamba County storm that's moved out of southern Lee County, like John was talking about earlier. And then also that hail between Scottsville and Bexar has picked up some. You can see some more of those kind of bluer colors there, and it's indicating a little bit more of that, not large hail, but not quite so small. Still potentially could be some damaging hail there. Now looking back at radar mode, from places Scottsville back up towards that Franklin, Marion County line, needing to be in that safe spot as we are still tracking what looks like an area of rotation, very broad rotation has weakened, but that area of rotation trying to push through some more Alabama counties. Now, that area that is out towards Alabama, you can see County Road 13, Cottonton Road there. That's pushing out slightly, so it could potentially be causing some very windy conditions. So some strong damaging wind gusts possible as that's moving into Scottsville. There closer towards County Road 13, County Highway 89, back up towards the north and east of that as that moves outside of Mississippi, but into our Alabama counties. Now, the tornado warning that is in effect for places in Itawamba County goes until 3:15. As that moves out, the National Weather Service in Memphis may cancel that tornado warning a little bit early. They may just allow that to expire in the next 5 minutes. But right now, you can hear that heavier rain picking up over our studio right now. So looking at that, it just looks like there's no heavier rainfall. We're not seeing anything severe close to the two below area. Thankfully, we haven't seen a lot of severe weather through the two below area through the overnight, but we're still tracking some of those potentially strong damaging wind gusts with this storm that is now moving towards the Scottsville area. Want to look back at rotation once again. Still not seeing much of any rotation that lines up. Some broad rotation, but not strong enough to be producing any kind of tornadic activity right now. Now, that's going to be some of that heavier rainfall moving into Scottsville here soon, and then also there around County Road 89 in northern parts of Marion County, Alabama. Now, through Alabama, those tornado warnings do extend until 3:45. Some of those may be canceled early as well. And then also that tornado warning for Franklin County until 3:45 for your morning. So over the next 30, 40 minutes or so, there will still be some of those warnings in effect out towards Alabama. It still looks like that one through Itawamba County isn't affected until 3:15, so for the next few minutes, but primarily most of the heaviest and the strongest part of that storm has moved out of Itawamba County. Watching a storm off to our south right now, severe thunderstorm warning, not detecting any type of rotation with that, but maybe some breezy conditions closer towards Union City, which is South Philadelphia. So south of our area, that could be tracking into Knoxville, maybe Pickens County, Alabama, here in the next few hours. But right now, not detecting any rotation with that storm that is off to our south. Now we're still getting some more reports of damage. I think some of that's stuff that we've already talked about. But still seeing more damage back out towards Grenada, and we'll continue to see that through the morning as we get a little bit more of that daylight once that sun rises and folks can actually go out and look at that damage. But with this storm system, once these storms push through tonight, we have more storms that will move through tomorrow afternoon. We are not completely done after tonight's storms. We still have that, for some, a level 5 risk of severe storms tomorrow. So once again, we're going to go over some of those safe locations because you'll need this. You need to find a sturdy structure, middle of your home or whatever building you're in, lowest floor of that building, a small windowless room, wrap up in pillows, blankets, put a helmet on, protect yourself from any flying debris, and stay in there until given all clear. Now, the National Weather Service Memphis just put in their chat that they will expire the tornado warning in Itawamba County as that has moved out towards Alabama. Some of those unsafe locations, especially since the storms tomorrow will happen during the daytime and it is Saturday. Some folks go out and have plans on Saturday. Tomorrow is really not the day, especially into your midday afternoon, to be having any plans. You really need to stay at home, steps away from that safe place. But cars, trucks, manufactured homes, large open rooms, upper floors, rooms with windows, all unsafe locations. And there's that QR code again there for that storm shelter list. You can scan that, it'll take you to that list, and then also at WTVA.com if that's easier to go that way under the weather tab, and it'll do county by county. But John, I mean, what are you thinking about these storms?
The storms, at least they're a little bit in less intensity than what we've seen over the last half hour, 45 minutes. That's good news going into Alabama now. So those folks watching in Alabama, just want to mention that Councilman Michael Smith from the Grenada area, where Hankins Lumber Company for the direct hit, reports some injuries, but no fatalities. So that's good news and bad news. The bad news obviously is injuries, but there's no fatalities in Chelsea. So, but they are reported again. You got direct hit by that tornado earlier this evening. That's the same system that's now moving through the western section of Alabama. And we're getting the leftovers, but the leftovers are still need to be watched over the next little while to see what happens with all that leftover circulation.
Yeah, because I mean, this storm system has went through many phases, many kind of cycles within its path. We were tracking this really all the way from Greenwood through Grenada County, Calhoun County, Chickasaw, now through Itawamba County. But I kind of want to pull up some of those pictures and videos that we have got sent in from the Grenada County area. Some of them are not wanting to load right now, but we'll try to work to get those. There's one. Let me go back here and pull it up. Some of those damage reports from Grenada County right now, and this is going to be one of those videos from the lumber company video that John was just talking about in Grenada. You can see it looks like some tree damage there in that video. Let's see if I can get this one to play. Let me move it over. Looks like a lot of damage that folks are going to have to be cleaning up. And then if you are going to be cleaning up tomorrow, still stay weather aware, because there are storms tomorrow afternoon going into the evening that will still be tracking out. And for some, through the overnight tonight, we've had one storm system, one cell that's really produced through the area. Tomorrow, there's going to be multiple cells across the area that we'll be tracking. So tomorrow afternoon, it is potentially going to be a very, very busy day. I'm going to try to find that risk map. Here it is, maybe. Here's a look at that risk map. And you can see that that level 5 risk looks like it has been expanded north to now include just places south of Tupelo, down through the Golden Triangle region, Macon, Louisville. Level 4 for places Corinth, over towards Coffeyville. The only place it's really excluding in our area under that level 4 is parts of Lafayette County and Tippah County, but I'd go ahead and include pretty much all of our area under a level 4 at least, but the southern and eastern half under a level 5. So needing to make sure you are staying weather aware. I know it has been a long night for some folks. Tomorrow is going to be another long day across the area with these storms that will continue to track through.
I just want to mention that, if you're going from all the past times I've seen situations like this, when we've got such a high level, a lot of folks talking, oh, this is gonna be one of those big time events. Yeah, it's gonna be a big time event. It's gonna be remembered for a while. I think this event, we're gonna be looking for the 14th and the 15th of March, both today and for tomorrow. And one thing that Chelsea, I want to point out, which happens on days like this that we're gonna have tomorrow, I think we're gonna have in between some pretty good sunshine and maybe several hours of sunshine in some places. And that's where people start to say, oh, this is not going to happen. And that could be happening in the morning. I hope there is a lot of cloud cover. That would help a little more in the ways of intensity for the keeping the intensity down for the afternoon hours. But I do believe we are going to have some pretty good breaks out there at times in between some of the development. And that could lead to some very, very nasty weather as we go through the late morning hours into the afternoon hours, maybe the early ventures into Alabama. So don't let the sunshine fool you. That's going to be like pouring a little more gasoline to the fire out there as we go through our Saturday.
Yeah, and I want to take a look at kind of some of that storm rotation, previewing tomorrow's storms. Looking at that, I mean, we've seen some of that rotation through the overnight. It still looks like some cells try to rotate down off to the south. This is early tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Some of those storms through Macon area trying to rotate. But through those midday and afternoon storms, kind of get out of the way for you. You can see a lot more of those bright red streaks across the area, and that continues. I mean, even some white streaks. That is some potentially long-lived, strong, some violent tornadoes out there through the afternoon tomorrow. I mean, that's 2:30 in the afternoon. That continues to push across the area. Multiple areas of rotation possible. Now, not every storm that is rotating will be a tornado, but it has that potential to be. So needing to make sure you have multiple ways to get those alerts. I mean, we really cannot stress that enough. You need to layer up your armor, because if the power goes out, you lose internet. I know I live in rural Monroe County. If I don't have my Wi-Fi, I'm not getting any service. No weather radio, code red alert, FEMA app. You need to have multiple ways to get those alerts tomorrow, because we are still continuing to track a significant weather event through the afternoon, midday afternoon tomorrow. So I kind of want to go back to the storm that we have been tracking. If I can get back to it. We're still looking at a lot of tornado warnings across the area. Some may be allowed to expire early, and then we should see more tomorrow. But looking at some of the storms that we have out there right now, trying to get back to it. Here we go. Still looking at a tornado warned storm right now through places in Franklin County, Alabama. It is just radar indicated rotation at this moment. At 3:20 right now, it is still just radar indicated rotation. And looking at that rotation, it is not as strong as it was. You can see a few brighter spots there where we typically look closer towards, but it's not impressive right now. Not saying that it could not strengthen once again. Still needing to make sure, go ahead and just stay in that safe place just to have that extra precaution. If you are in Franklin County, that's south of Red Bay, including places along Highway 187 there, and it is not including Russellville. And it actually looks like the National Weather Service there in Huntsville has allowed that to expire. Now I'm going to take one more look at some of these thunderstorms. They have put some severe thunderstorm warnings along Franklin County, Marion County, Alabama. So they do not have that tornado warning. They do not have a tornado tag along that storm. And then this storm that is moving through Lowndes County right now, not seeing any rotation detected with that. So with that being said, we are going to send you back to programming since we do not have any more tornado warnings in the area. We will cut in as necessary, but overall, just make sure you are paying attention tomorrow. Once again, midday going into the afternoon is really that time frame. Have multiple ways to get alerts, and we will be on as needed through the overnight, through tomorrow morning, and especially into tomorrow afternoon. Okay, so for folks that are still on live stream right now, I'm gonna take one more look at these storms. I don't think there's a lot of significant hail. You may hear lightning thunder through the overnight, but especially through Tupelo right now, not seeing anything severe. But I'm gonna take one more look and see if there's any strong damaging hail or winds, and then I'm gonna let y'all go to sleep for now. Have those ways to get alerts though through the overnight. Hey, Chris, can you still hear me? Yeah, I think he already cut me off. I'll leave radar up. So for folks that are on live stream, there is still some hail, some larger hail close to the Tremont area, and then through places in Marion County, Franklin County, Alabama. This still could do some damage as it pushes across the area, but we're not looking at any tornado warnings anymore. That hail that's in Tremont is going to push out towards Alabama soon. And then I want to take a look down through some of those more southern storms. That's pretty much the only place that we're seeing any significant hail across our area as of now. Some hail down off to our south, closer to the Union area. But overall heavier rainfall, maybe some breezy conditions. But I'm going to let y'all go to sleep for the folks that are on the live stream. Get some rest before tomorrow because it is potentially going to be another long day. So we will be